Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let me know if my mic is a bit weird. I'm still playing with the settings of it after setting the mic arm back up at the new desk. But good morning, everyone. I need to tweak this a little bit because the fucking chat thing. But good morning, everyone. So, catching up a little bit. Also, do you think DE is gonna add the sex update to Warframe? If leaks are anything to go by, I won't say too much, but maybe. Let's just say that over in the Discord, Keegan posted a pretty massive 1999 leak that happened on the Discord because of stuff getting added to the files with this update. And it's a lot different than I expected, I'll put it that way. Also, it seems like that's the update where DE is going to make good on their promise from that, I think it was a PC Gamer interview, that said that they were doing 5 more Incarnans this year. But I guess, like I said, I'm not going to discuss the leak unless people want me to, I guess, because I don't want to spoil things for people if they want to discover it all themselves. But just something I thought I'd bring up. Also, Lloyd Mpreg is canon. Well, considering the fact that it is mentioned by Necroloid that daughter gets certain behaviors from Lloyd, I mean, yeah, maybe. Dream leaks. Might want to get that check, boss. Real and true. If they made Stalker pregnant instead. I don't know if anyone's seen. They made it so that the variant of Stalker after you do the quest is called the Protector Stalker. And apparently, if you scan him, his icon is the same as like an Omni ammo box or like a loadout slot, which I think is funny. I haven't finished scanning him because he will genuinely insta-kill your ass. Which I'm glad about. Like, he's still made of tissue paper, like Sentient Stalker was, but Protector Stalker will fuck you up, unlike Sentient Stalker. So I'm glad that Stalker's actually threatening again. Can you rate my romantic dinner setup real quick? Sure. What, are you like DMing this to me on Discord? I'm confused. Portable Stalker. Did they replace Shadow Stalker? If you complete the new quest, yes. Stalker goes from being Shadow Stalker to Protector Stalker. It's in my orbiter. What's the... Also, if you want to join the Discord, it's in the description, but... Like a fever dream? I'm not sure what you mean by bit. I mean, we do have the slideshow. This much is a bit, yes. This is just a bunch of funny screenshots from Reddit. And, like, a few, like, if I go later, there's, like, yeah, like, this stuff, like, later in the slideshow. Okay, well, this is still... Dude, the funny thing is, so this full slideshow is almost 2 hours long. I genuinely do not remember what's in here. I genuinely don't remember what's in this. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, I don't remember adding any of these images. Add spoilers to the title. Just some of this shit just catches me off guard, because I still just legitimately, I don't remember any of this. This was all so long ago. Like... Another thing as well, I actually want to extend this again. I've gotten enough new images, I think I could actually add like another hour of content to this. Which I think would be really funny, but I don't think I need it. We've actually gone through, I think, the whole slideshow at this point. Because I promised someone I would actually play the whole slideshow out. Like, I'd upload a video with just, like, some background music and just the whole slideshow. People want to watch it. I might still do that, but if I do that, it'll probably be after it gets its next extension. Because I do want to extend it again. I think I have a lot of other funny shit. Would it... I don't like that question, Riamaru. I think that's how you say it. I'm just not gonna address it. George Orwell. Show George Orwell. You will be boiled. Earpods. I genuinely feel like it's when I could just like... Oh god, I love this fucking one, the Destiny tweet. I can't handle this anymore. Some of this, especially like this late in the slideshow, this shit just gets like legitimately insane. Banger. Banger. I've been doing this for like the past 8 minutes. I haven't even gotten into the actual point of the stream. We've just been showing the funny slideshow. But yeah, I'm sorry. Anyways, you rating my dinner setup? Oh, did you invite me to your orbiter in game? I didn't. Hold on, shit. I didn't notice. The Discord group chats have not been leaked. Always do the funny. Thank you, Norman, for the D&D check as always. I always forget that accidentally got rid of Bayroth's fucking invite. I'll fix it in a second. How's it going? It's going. We haven't even started. I'm getting too busy caught up in these stupid fucking images that I have on here. Trolled. Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually fucked this up. Is this a solo cool stream? No, the horse is here. He's just currently muzzled. We'll take it off of him in a second. You still play on console? No, I've played on PC pretty much exclusively for like the past 8 years. I started on Xbox, but when I got my PC was when I made the transition to Warframe because I had so few games that I was like, because with Warframe I played it and then I took a break for like a year, and a lot of that was that I was just really confused. But then I picked it up again, and my cousin Nick and I played through it together. I say kind of with air quotes. But when I had played on console, my issue that I encountered, maybe some of you can relate to this, I tried to progress way too fast. I was like skipping a lot of the game. Now, granted, this was before Star Chart 2.0 with Spectres of the Rail, so there were a billion nodes on every location, and it just made the game way longer to play through for that reason. Some people have argued, and I've seen this on the new video a lot, which I'll talk about feedback regarding that video, because you guys know I love to rant about stupid shit on these, but was that like some people have said that there's too many nodes that need to be like removed, and I personally disagree. Each destination has pretty much one node per game mode, at least most of the main star chart does, which I think is totally fine. You could argue the void is an outlier there, but because it's segmented by level, I don't think that's a problem. But I don't think the game needs to have its nodes pruned or anything. I don't think that needs to happen. I will say regarding the new video as well, once again, I'm sorry we're not actually showing the game yet, something that shocked me, also thank you Sci-Fi, but something that shocked me, a lot of people disagree with my opinion that crafting times need to be reduced. One of the most frequent comments I've gotten disagreeing with me is that they're perfectly fine. I just got a Steam that's saying, Spike talking mad shit about you right now. Hold on, what the fuck? Wait a minute, is Spike talking... Hold on, we're going to Spike's stream right now.
Reduce incoming damage by 30%.
You guys are, hold on, you guys are gonna hear
75%.
him.
What the fuck? Oh!
Spike, you're on stream. What do you have to say for yourself? Hold on, we're interrogating Spike live. I know you guys can't see it. I can't show this without showing all my various video essays.
Right now we'll go crazy. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't even know what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Am I behind? I don't know. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna wait for Spike to catch up. He's a little slow.
Wait, wait. Kogan, who bothered you? Who bothered you? I told you guys not to bother him. You fuckers. You're on stream. What do you have to say for yourself? I don't know.
Shit. I'm just...
I don't. Fuck.
I'm sorry, I'll get back to this rant in a second.
So you're talking about shit? Spike. No, Zeke told me to message you because you started streaming, and I said, no, Zeke, he's doing his own thing. I don't want to bother him. And then Crimson was like,
if you guys want to go watch Spike stream instead of this one, do not harass him. I want to make that clear now. Do not, like, actually harass him. Spike and I are mostly friends. I say mostly. We are friends. We just don't do things like that much. But don't actually bother him. just if you're going to show up there, some light trolling is about as far as that should go.
Oh my god. Motherfucker, put that Velt away. You're not bringing the fucking Velt, you fucker.
We're gonna leave Spike to his own devices. I'm gonna go ahead and mute his stream. Anyway, so as I was saying, when YouTubers tell their viewers not to harass, look, okay, I'm just saying, soft cool kid raid. I see how it is. Something I want to mention with just because I mentioned, like, something that was an incredibly common occurrence was people telling me that crafting times do not need reduced. And my question, I guess, as I put it, because like one of the people that actually, and I'm not throwing this person under the bus, I just disagree with them, was Shiro Nature, said that he thought they were actually fine, and his rationale for that was that it made him plan out his gameplay, and he thought that was fun. I disagree. I don't think that Warframe is a game that's time management based. And I still, like, I guess what it boils down to for a lot of people saying that the crafting times don't need to be changed is, like, what negative impact does it have on you as a player for that to happen? That's kind of the main thing I've been approaching it from. It's like, what is the tangible negative effect of crafting times being reduced? Like, I'm not saying from a financial standpoint, because like for digital extremes, that's a different discussion. I'm talking about from like a game design standpoint, you as a player, what negative effect does lowering crafting times have on you? Or the player base at large, because I can't come up with one, and I feel like that's something that's kind of important if people are going to oppose the position to elaborate on, because thus far nobody has. It's just been like, I'm fine with waiting, and it's like, congrats, I still think it's a problem. Especially like, several other people have brought this up, saying that my video, once again, I'm sorry I rant about these things, because whenever video feedback comes in, it kind of gives me an aneurysm, because you always get comments like this, but a lot of people, you go through content fast. I'm not sure what that question means. So the thing with, in regards to the lowering crafting times, I think that lowering crafting times, making you go through content faster, isn't necessarily a problem, because you can still go through content fast. You're just gonna wait a couple days to do it. Like, when you are starting out, once you start getting your, like, foundry going, like, when you start chaining a bunch of items, then it's fine, because you know, pretty much every day you'll have something new to play with, because you have a bunch of stuff in there. But when you're new, because, like, something I think a lot of people don't understand was, when I mean new, I mean, like, you've been playing this game for, like, a few days. The video ultimately, because some people have been like, oh yeah, I'm a new player, I've only been playing for, like, 100 days, and it's like, this video's not about you, necessarily. Because what I'm talking about is, like, player capture. We want new players to come into the game and enjoy it enough to play for more than, like, a couple days. And so I feel like the thing with that, I guess, is that if a new player shows up and decides that they're going to, you know, play this game, and they see a weapon they really like, and they go and, you know, say it's not mastery lock, because that's a whole separate issue, to be perfectly honest with you. I genuinely think most mastery locks in this game for weapons are unnecessary, but you just started this game, you finished the first, like, quest or two, and then you see a gun you really want, or a character you really want, getting hit with that kind of crafting time, and you've only been playing the game for like 3 hours. Like, why would you keep playing if the game feels like it's just hitting you with that? Because, like, I feel like a lot of people probably won't. And that's the thing, is that a lot of people were like, well, you don't have any direct evidence for this, which I think is funny, because I state in the video multiple times that this is coming from my own experience and the experience of several of my friends that play this game that have tried to introduce their own friends. I want to make it clear, I have friends that play Warframe. It's just that of the friends I've introduced to the game, only one of them stuck it out, that being Nitro, who's, I mean, more than a friend, but that's besides the point. He probably only plays this game because he wants in my pants, let's be real here. Sorry. Anyways, so the reason I bring that up is because, like, a lot of people have talked about, like, oh, well, you know, like I said, you don't have any direct evidence for this. And it's like, where's your direct evidence that I'm wrong, first of all? But also, like, I mean, this is something, like, Phoenix has told me about. Several of my friends that I tried to introduce told me this directly. Stuff like that. To claim rewards for subsequent days. And that's kind of the issue, is that I think that a lot of it comes down to they want players to log in frequently. And I feel like the issue with that is that, yeah, if you have a system structured like this, people will have to log in each day to claim things. But the problem is that if they get hit with that wall up front, there's a good chance they're never going to log in again. Like, if I see a gun that I really want that's very different from the rest of the arsenal, and I get it, and then I look and I have to wait 24 hours, 12 hours to claim it, there's plenty of games on my system, more likely than not. Like, a lot of people that I talk to, funnily enough, that suck with this game, including me, funnily enough, pushed through it because they had nothing else to play. When I first got my PC, I had no games for it. I spent all the money I made. Like, I worked over the summer with my mom at her business that she had at the time. All my money that I saved up went into that computer. I had no money to buy anything. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I played Warframe on Xbox. I'll play it on PC. And I'm glad I stuck it out, but, like, that's why I did. I had nothing else to play, so I might as well do it. And even, like, the new player experience was honestly much worse back then. It's good enough to keep players interested. That's the thing, is, yeah, like, I think that the gameplay of the game gets fun very quickly. But the, especially with, like, I've played through Awakening, because you can replay it. But I think that it's pretty decent in terms of, like, especially, so something Josh Strife Hayes mentions in his video, but, like, the atmosphere of it is really well executed. The jump from Awakening to Boar's Prize is kind of jarring, because you suddenly go into a much older quest, but there's still been things streamlined out about it. I think a lot of the early game quests do still suck, honestly. Like, some people have said, because I mentioned in the video that the second dream is where the story starts. I generally believe that, but I don't think this game has no good stories. Also, yeah, I have seen the 1999 leaks. I just haven't, I don't want to go into detail about them for people who haven't seen them and don't want it spoiled. But with like, a lot of early game quests I think do have good stories, or that stories that I think are interesting, but I think that the player character's story starts with the second dream. I guess I probably should have clarified. The player story starts with the second dream. Because, like, a lot of the older quests, yes, Howl of the Kubro, Nitro, you degenerate, sorry. Some of the older early game quests, Howl of the Kubro and Once Awake specifically, are actually some of the worst quests in the entire game. Crafting decay rate. Some people have suggested, like, doing missions lowering crafting time, which is an interesting idea. Like, other than just blanket lowering it, there are definitely, it's like a baby stimulator for mental... Yeah, welcome to adult Cocoa Melon or something. Once again, I'm sorry, I'm doing this for 20 minutes. I haven't gotten to the content of the stream yet, but, is this why Nitro has not been unmuzzled yet? Nah, he likes it. I mean, yes, that's why. But I feel like, especially with the open world quests... Now, I do want to say one thing. Having slots drop from sorties, I feel like the issue with that is that it's still random. It could definitely work, but I feel like part of the issue with that is that because it's random, you basically are hitting the slot machine every day if you have to spend money for the thing sitting in your arsenal. The one I like the most, honestly, is Junction Reward / Mastery Rank Up Reward, but because that would have to be retroactive, they would probably be handing out a fuck ton of free slots, which DE doesn't want to do. Higher MR blueprints equal longer crafting time. That could be the case, but I still feel like it's kind of arbitrary. Like, what's the argument against lowering that crafting time? You know what I mean? Like, what is the reason for that? There's, like, veteran players... Also, yeah, you unlock sorties post-War Within, so it doesn't entirely solve the issue early game. I'm still of the opinion the easiest solution is just to increase the number of starting slots. Because, like I said in the video, if you get, like, say you join your friend's clan, you build Volt and Rhino, you started with Mag, you decide to try and get Excalibur, you can't. And, like, you can encounter that kind of scenario in your first week. Just remove slots. I think the main reason that won't happen, other than them being a monetization system, is that they've mentioned before, like, database concerns. That's why ribbons have a limit, for example. And because Warframes have so many individual things about them, because there's so many individual things about the Warframes, having an infinite amount of them would be potentially bad if someone decided they were just going to grind out, like, a shit ton of, like, mags as a meme, and then, you know, mess with all of them. I could see that causing problems, but expensive, but it's super easy to acquire. I would, in a perfect world, slots would be a credit-based system, but because they're a form of monetization, I never expect them to, which is unfortunate, but I think it's just kind of the reality of the situation, is that because they're a form of monetization, they'll never go away, and they're never going to be obtainable super easily. Bros, I missed 300 mags. I mean, that's true, but I mean, like, if it's completely infinite... Crimson DM me again saying Spike said do Warframe pickup lines. I'm busy. Stop throwing my train of thought off. But that did actually throw my train of thought off. Right, with slots. I don't think they're going anywhere because they're a form of monetization that you basically have to interact with. Didn't have like 1 million mags, not that many, but my concern with that is like, if you don't have to deal with any limitations, you know there's going to be some guy who's out there building like literally 1,000 of them, especially if, you know, the crafting time gets lowered as well, or they just like rush build them for the funny. 10 days a reward, 14 days. Something I actually thought would be kind of interesting is if they were an invasion reward or like a random alert that could bring people into the game, or maybe you could do it specific as like a weekend alert where like each weekend, like it rotates where it's like a slot or a potato of some kind ends up in the rotation. So there's an incentive on weekends to get one of those if you play. But I think that more likely than not, if they're ever going to make them free, they're going to end up in the Nightwave store for a shit ton of currency. Because the truth is, they want them to still be rare enough that you'll want to buy them. It's like potatoes. Like, yeah, you can buy them from the Nightwave store, but I'm pretty sure that most of the time, like excluding doing dailies, you can only get 60 cred in a week if you are prestiged. So you can't quite afford one. So basically, you can get like one a week-ish from Nightwave for potatoes, and you'll need way more than that. So like, you can obtain them, but it is inconvenient enough to pressure you into paying for them. I think that having a system similar for slots would be fine. Like I said, if they ended up in the sort of like maybe a Warframe slot's like 100, like I don't know, 100, 150, just like some high number. Hell, I'd take it being 75 even if they were willing to go that low. But like, you know, say 100 cred for a Warframe or 2 slots from replaying Ghoul missions and Thermia Fractures. I still think that the problem with that fundamentally is that it's too out of reach of early players. Like I said, I think the ideal solution genuinely would be mastery rank ups. I think the mastery rank system giving you slots to obtain more gear makes logical sense, because you need more gear to get a higher mastery rank. But the problem is, if say we give 1 Warframe slot and like 4 weapon slots per rank, there are 33 ranks, 34 ranks in this game. You would have to be paid out a fuck ton of slots to older players, and that would probably massively handicap their own revenue. That's like I said, if we could, I wish we could just remove the system entirely. I also don't think that it should be instead of loadout slots. I think giving out loadout slots is still fine. And hell, I use all of my loadout slots. I don't think we should add it on top of it. New players won't have enough gear to even care about loadout slots most of the time. So I think it'd be a better system to just add that stuff on top. Hell, it could give them more of a reason to interact with the loadout slots, because they have more stuff, like every 3 or 5. Potentially, but there is still the concern of, I guess it depends on how much you push through them. Because they could do, like, say, every 3rd you get a Warframe slot or something like that. So it's like 1, 2, 2 weapon slots each, 3 Warframe slot, 4, 5 weapon slots, 6 Warframe slots, stuff like that. Because, like I use the loadout slots, they are inherently kind of niche. But it's one of those things where it's more of a convenience factor, I guess. I don't have to go through the whole shebang every time with new navigation. I still disagree, because if you have a bunch of configs and stuff, it'll still take you like multiple minutes if you have a complicated enough setup to switch between everything. So I still find them very useful, because if I already have a loadout set up for something, I can just click on it and that's the end of it, right? But here, we'll switch to in-game for this, actually. Might as well. I need to do the audio thing first, so my game is actually hearable for everyone whenever I alt-tab. I'll spend the first half hour of my stream ranting, just like the title promised. Get crucial items instead of 1 Tellurium. They could honestly also use daily logins as a system. I never actually thought about that your like early logins could all be stuff like that. So today's live reaction, I don't actually know who contributed it, because OBS makes Discord censor their name when it's open. So I'm sorry if you contributed this, let me know. But I want to point out, like, oh, I actually did get an invite still. But like I just have on my filming loadout right now. Why did the button disappear? Is the invite... The game thinks I have an invite, but it's not there. Oh god, hold on. I can't... Let me take the indie off. It's still there, it's just covered up. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm rejecting this for a second to point this out. The invite is blocking the loadout thing, that's weird. But like, so this is my filming loadout, right? You also can't switch your focus school here, which is important to consider. But like, I have all this stuff pre-configured. Could I just swap all this stuff out individually? Yeah, I could. I can go ahead and swap all of it out here. But because I already have this stuff pre-configured, all I have to do is just do this. Problem solved. Especially because a lot of the stuff, like, I have some loaders that are very, like, synergy-oriented. For example, Caliban. Caliban needs these 2 kit guns for what I'm doing with him to work. There will be a video on this, by the way, the Summoner Caliban strategy, because it's kind of fun. It's not particularly good, it's just kind of fun. But both a Warframe and weapon slot, and then from 10 to 20 they could alternate. That's fair. They could potentially also, like, change it as you progress. Also, yes, it is the Theorem. You use Theorem Arcanes. But yeah, like I said, with a lot of, or like Korra, because of like stat sticks and stuff like that. Yes, I also do use Mark 1 bow as my stat stick. I play at 1440p. Like I said, this is just more, like, I could go ahead and do all this stuff. Also see a sci-fi. I could do all this stuff manually. I just don't want to spend the time. So, I just do it like this. Also, you say 130 viewers normal for this time of day. Not normally. I think it's a combination of the fact that I uploaded a video recently, and the thumbnail is a shitpost. Which 2 Warframes would you fuse? Like, their kits? We kind of already have something similar to that in Stalker. Stalker is kind of a fusion of, like, Marked for Death Ash and 1 Nyx ability. So after MR20 had great friends and nothing trying to get up to speed. I am glad that you enjoy it. Fuse them sexually? What the fuck does that mean? Here, I'm still playing the Signalis music. I completely forgot to turn it off. We're gonna leave Spike's remote so I can bother him later when this is over and then I won't forget. We're gonna go ahead and unmuzzle the horse real quick. He's gonna have a bit of a delay because I'm actually muted at the moment, but it's fine. Where's the... Here it is. Alright, you're unmuzzled, horse. Yeah, there he is. Like Stalker Fuse. Signalis mentioned I love women. I mean, the music is good, don't get me wrong. Are you ranking myself? I will, I'm sorry. I was trying to prove a point. Here, we'll go back to my Lavos. Fuse, like, if I could mix and match any frame's abilities together, that's honestly kind of tough. You're gonna have to re-invite me, by the way. There we go. I'll rate your dinner setup real quick before we get into the actual content of this.
Oh shit! Right, it's past midnight. I'll leave you with this in the chat though.
Oh, Nitro snout reveal at 500k subscribers. It's just gonna be that, like, yeah, like that. You'll just be staring directly at the camera. It's like that meme where it's like, "Are you a grass?" I doubt anyone.
World's shyest creature has finally brought up the courage to sniff you.
Pretty much. Okay, we're here to observe the dinner setup. The props aren't loading yet. This might, unless there's just actually, or no, the props are loading because there was a domestic drone there. Huh. Where's the, did I walk the wrong way? I guess I did. Okay, we have the dinner set up.
Yeah, this
there's nothing here. There's no, I think it's bugged. There's nothing. I see that just like the date itself, this is just a result of your schizophrenia. Yeah, this is a pretty cool dinner setup. This will definitely woo the girl, guy, or non-binary
r/male living spaces. Let's go.
Yeah, like dudes see this kind of stuff and be like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Cross save orbiter jank. Oh, that's probably it. I think you might need a second opinion. I don't know if the bitch gonna fuck with this one. I don't know if
oh my god, Blueprint said every pony. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
You have Ponify on, dumbass.
That's not what the screenshot will show.
A new connection.
There's so much room for it. Yeah, you can do all the different activities this way. The dinner is the friends we made along the way. That's true. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, that was either a mosquito or a fucking piece of my hair. Fuck.
I thought you were taking your medicine.
Shit, I was gonna do that.
Typical. Imagination. I'm imagining the coolest dinner setup right now. You know, what if the entire point was to take me to dinner, chat? Or maybe I was actually being... Maybe there is nothing here and I was being lured here to be killed. That also could be the case. Like I said, I'll have to think about that. That's a very difficult question. Act surprise. Cool, could you end up in Italy? They are Garuda after all. Yeah, exactly. I'm not particularly trusting of them. If you want to just DM me a screenshot, maybe that would work better. I'll send a screenshot, I guess. Yeah. I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up. Please let us go. Yeah, can I have out, please? Am I held hostage? I'm blinking so hard right now to communicate in Morse code. Your connection to the host has been lost. Shit. Okay, well, fair enough. We'll have to get the screenshot. So everyone, for those of you who were here for my post-Jade Shadow stream, you might know that my my breakdown of Jade was kind of scuffed because I was doing it live in missions, and normally I do the stuff in the simulacrum. So we're going to do a do-over of the Jade breakdown because I didn't do a very good job, frankly. I had way too much to focus on. So we're just going to go ahead and talk it over again. My opinion on Amazon boxes. Eros Ephemera Spotted Point in Lab. I'm using it until they give us the full version of the Jade Light Eximus Ephemera, and then I'm switching. What's with this? I love how it's actually... I just remember, like, my brother normally asks me how new Warframe updates are whenever new ones come out, and I just replied to his message about that childbirth QuickTime event. Can't believe you're doing crack without me, I'm sorry. So, I'm going to do another rundown of Jade. I know it's kind of old news at this point, but I want to talk about her again now that I have a, sort of a renewed view of it. Something I actually also want to talk about with this. Something I haven't tested, but I guess we can address. I'll need just, like, a Jade for this. Also, there are new simulacrum scenes from syndicates now. We'll get an Eximus out for this, actually. We're going to pause his AI, though. These guys are really low level, because I actually will leave him at, like, 50 for now. Grab an Eximus for this, just because I kind of want to test something while we're here. So, when it comes to Jade, there are a few things about her. Also, what's wrong with the Eros Ephemera? Because it's free. A lot of people consider it tacky, which I think is totally fair. Can I have a meow for motivation? When Nitro gets back, I'll make him do it for you. So, when it comes to Jade, she has 4 abilities. One of them has 3 parts, and then she kind of has like a 2-part passive. Right, I have Naramon on still. So, Jade's first ability does 2 things. The main thing it does is this. You toss down a zone, and it gives you this bubble. So, if you're standing in the bubble, you'll be healed for a percentage of your maximum HP each second. And then if an enemy is standing in it, they will take heat damage, and they will have a mark applied to them called Judgment. Judgment is a new status effect that increases the enemy damage, or the damage enemies take by 50%. What I want to test here, hitting for 79, I don't know if this works on Overguard. It does. Okay. Good to know. So it doubles your damage, including on Overguard. That was something I was actually not sure of and wanted to talk about, but it does work, so that's good to know. So, it's simple in terms of, like, this, but once we expand kind of the gameplay loop of Jade, it'll become a lot more important. Like I said, she has a unique passive effect that she can grant enemies called Judgment, which is that little icon above them, and it makes them take 50% more damage from all sources. Do you think Jade would be a Bible basher? I don't know what you mean by that. Anyways, also, yes, it is a Minos reference for sure. So, Jade's second ability is an aura that does 3 different things. You can cycle through these at any time for free, which is important to know. So, this ability has 3 components. Power of the 7, which gives you and all allies in affinity range an increase in power strength. Deathbringer, which is an additive weapon damage bonus, so it stacks additively with things like Serration and Hornet Strike. and Spirit of Resilience, which increases your shield recharge rate, lets you gain over shields, and it also reduces your shield regen after your shields break. So your cooldown before your shields start regenerating is lower. Power of the 7 you basically want to have on whenever you are doing literally anything, because casting any ability will benefit from it. Kind of less so with the 1. Welcome back. Someone wanted you to meow for motivation, by the way. Okay, thank you. So, with, just going back into explaining this, whenever you're using pretty much any other ability you want to have Power of the 7 on, the main exception to that, in my opinion, is the 1. Because the thing is, so see I have 23%. I'll take off the Power Strength bonus. If I walk into another one, it still keeps the highest value. So, if you are throwing your 1 often, which you probably will be, and I'll explain why in a minute, if you're throwing your 1 often, then you're not going to have to worry about constantly, you know, switching to the Power Strength buff, because that is really annoying if you're trying to stay on one of the other 2 ones. So you don't really have to do it then, but like if you ever have to like recast your 3 or something, you'll typically want to have it active. Speaking of, the 3 is a very interesting ability. So the 3rd ability, Ulfinum Eyes, gives you these little guys that give you like a line of sight in front of you. The line of sight in front of you, you can see this guy's taking damage, and it also will reduce his armor. So enemies that are within the line of sight of this will take heat damage, have their armor reduced, and they'll be slowed. The other important thing about this is that it will revive your allies if you're staring at them. The important thing about that... Why did that guy make that weird, like, choking noise? He's sucking a dick? Okay, not important. So, the thing that's interesting about this, because like I said, you can revive allies with this, as well as, you know, defense strip enemies. It's pretty low at base. The base value of the 3 is 10% per second. As far as I'm aware, I believe it rolls twice a second, something like that. So it's not quite, you know, it's not like if you're at like barely the threshold and, you know, you're not gonna have to wait an extra second. I'm pretty sure that's how Vauban works. But it's very low as a base value. So like Corrosive Projection is actually a good take on Jade because it knocks 18% off the enemy. So you're able to, you know, get through that strip potentially like a whole second faster. And then it also heat damage them. That's not honestly super important. It just kind of does it. It's not really that helpful in my opinion, but it slows them and it also removes their defenses, which is valuable. The important thing, at least to me, about the fact that it's also able to revive allies, and I'll go ahead and show this off with the regular loadout I have. This works on your companions, and more importantly than that, it also works on them through walls. So if I go ahead and spawn this guy, I'm gonna have I want my cat to try and 1v1 him real quick so that it dies. He's not particularly interested in fighting my cat, though. Okay, yeah, on to trying to execute the pregnant woman character instead of fighting the cat. I see how it is. What do you think will kill the cat with collateral damage? Let's spawn like a couple bombards. One of these will probably blow the cat the fuck up. That's the goal here.
Isn't it like an exploder enemy?
I mean, the volatile runner, but that also has a super high risk of killing me, honestly. Jade's survivability is kind of a problem, which I'll touch on later. Okay, so like, you see Big Floppa 2 is down. Don't ask about what happened to Big Floppa 1. If I activate my 3 and look at Big Floppa, it's... Huh. Maybe it's... Because I have had it work through walls, but I guess it's inconsistent on that note. But you can stare at them to revive them. I guess the line of sight on this is probably just fucky, because I've done it through walls in the new game.
People say it's based off punch through.
Punch through of what?
Your equipped weapon before you hit the ability is what I saw on the wiki, but that's probably inaccurate.
I'd have to look, and I also did it with this loadout, so I'm not sure what's going on there, I guess. It was down before Ophenum Eyes were added. Real and true. Yeah, it's very good for reviving your pet. It's very good for reviving your pet. That's the main use I find for it in solo play, and it's also honestly helpful. Try with Zenith then. I mean, it gives you infinite punch through while the disc is active. I don't know if that'll modify it. I guess I can go ahead and give it a try. We're gonna have to kill Big Floppa 2 again real quick though, so that's gonna be kind of tragic. But I think it's a worthy sacrifice. I'll go ahead and give myself the... Actually, I won't give myself the healing more because it could touch the cat.
AKA the get the fuck up command.
I just realized I don't have the cat equipped. I don't have the cat equipped. Okay, so now that we have the cat equipped, we're gonna go ahead and do this again. Bullying stream? Yeah, I guess. Typically, the big floppa that's being bullied is me, but I guess not this time. Look at these slow-ass rockets. What a dumbass. Anyways, if they could just blow up the cat, thank you. So the cat has been adequately blown up. Okay. Kill these guys so they don't fuck with me. Okay. Punch through, allegedly. I need to get within range. Nah, still can't do it in the semi-auto mode of Zenith, which has infinite punch through.
Okay, going to the big.
Not bullying cool kid. That's just what always happens. What's that website? The website dickandnuts.com is a domain I own. It just redirects to my YouTube channel. It's just basically a recurring stream gag. Okay. So, the thing from here, then, is we kind of have to, work it all together. So, Jade, I told, has a 2-part passive. Part of that is that she has 2 aura slots, which is very helpful for her, because it lets her run, you know, Growing Power, the aura, and then, you know, a different one like Corrosive Projection or something like that. It makes Coaction Drift a decent take on her, too, though I use Aviator. So, the thing that kind of brings it all together, we'll spawn a battle group for this, we'll pause the AI, is, I go ahead and shoot this guy for Growing Power, you know, proc this. So her Exalted is called Glory on High, which gives her a weapon called Glory. Glory is a 2-part weapon.
It's high.
And it's also separately moddable in the arsenal. So, these guys are all on fire, but that's not relevant. So, Glory's primary fire shoots these explosives. That's kind of about it. They have an okay status chance and an okay crit chance. That's just kind of how that works. So, the important thing about this is a 2-part thing. So, Glory has the primary fire, obviously, and it also has a small chance to apply a judgment. Like, that guy right there got a judgment from it, like with the 1. So the reason this is important is because Glory's alt fire detonates enemies that have a judgment on them, and if they are in the radius of her 1 at the time that they get hit with it, the explosion range is increased. This is insanely good. I did not really realize it at the time that I had first done this stream, but if you build Jade for high range, this is, like, disgustingly powerful. So, when it comes to the Jade gameplay, what you're looking at is basically this. Have your health regen active, because you're going to get melted without it, and then just throw your 1 and right-click. If you want to play this way, you absolutely can, but I think it's incredibly boring. So...
Wow, that's just the wow.
Something that I should also mention is that you cannot detonate a judgmented enemy if you cannot see them. So there is a sort of soft line of sight restriction. So if there's, like, say there's a doorway, right, and there's enemies around the doorway. Hold on, like this. So say that there's this doorway. Say there's an enemy around the corner, and I hit them with this. And so they've been judgmented because they have been hit by the ability. I can see damage numbers ticking on them. If I right-click to try and detonate them, because I can't see them, they're going to be fine. So that's something important to consider. Another important thing to consider is that the alt-fire explosion does not scale with base damage mods or multi-shot. I believe reload speed and fire rate also do nothing for it. It does scale with Bane mods, which is important to consider, but it does not scale with base damage. So, I don't personally use base damage on Glory anyways because of Deathbringer. Because it's a base damage buff, I just use that and it works fine. But with the alt-fire, it doesn't matter. So, when it comes to... you need to have seen them with the judgment mark in them? Oh, okay. So if they wander out of one site, they still blow up. Good to know. I've never observed that interaction specifically. So, when it comes to Jade, I feel like there's kind of 2 ways that you can play her. There's more than that, like, kind of the 2 fundamental ways. I try to play her as, like, a mix of... Well, what I feel like she was probably intended to be played as, right? You know, throw healing things at your allies when they're low, look at them when they're down, stuff like that. Cycle through your buffs. The optimal way to play Jade if you're trying to kill everything, is high range and, funnily enough, blast damage. Because with the way the alt fire works, is that if you hit a bunch of enemies and proc a bunch of blast, they'll detonate again for a shit ton of damage. So, the simple way to play Jade, if you just want to not have to worry about literally anything other than just killing the entire room, is high range, high strength, throw the thing, right click, and all of the enemies in the area are dead. Personally, I don't like playing that way. I think it's boring. And I'll be honest, I mean, those of you who have seen my Overguard video will know my opinion on the fact that it feels like pretty much every frame we've gotten in the last year and a half is just a kill the room character. And I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty disappointed to see that Jade was also just another kill the room character secretly. She doesn't have to be, but it's still saddening to me to see that that's, you know, the case. Also, yes, if you want to use Blast, topaz shards, they do work for her, which some people have been using to help supplement her survivability issues. So when it comes to Jade, there are a few things you're going to have to contend with in terms of actually getting the most out of her. So I see the thing in the Discord, I'll show it in a second, but the first thing, funnily enough, is Jade's survivability. She can regen her health super fast, so if she gets hit by something that doesn't instantly kill her, she'll probably survive it. The problem is, her damage reduction is so low that if she gets something that does insta-kill her, she's just going to fucking die. No amount of health regen saves you from a damage hit that is more than your total health, right? So, that's something very important to consider. The shield regen is helpful for this, but if you're constantly getting pelted with shots, it's not going to save you, because you're still not going to get your shields regenning, which is the main issue I've encountered with it, and why you see, like, Aerodynamic and Aviator, and even, like, the Boreal set on a melee or something, is a relatively popular strategy with her, is because she dies very quickly to things that insta-kill her. So, that's something important to consider about her. You're going to have to constantly walk into your own healing as well. Shield recharge delay reduction mods. You probably could get away with that, yeah. The insta-kill instantly kills her. The thing is, certain frames have, like, high armor or, like, damage reduction to push off how much damage they need to be insta-killed, or they can, like, abuse shield gating. Jade can't do that as easily, because the thing is, she has a shield regen buff, but a lot of frames that abuse shield gating get their shields back instantly, so like Capacitance on Volt, or like Mag with her ultimate or something like that. A lot of those are like Overguard, you know, on Kullervo and Dante and Styanax, and like now, you know, Frost and Ember and stuff. That's instant. Jade has to not be taking fire, even if it's only for like a second. That's still enough time for her to get shot and not have to do, you know, not die. So like I said, she is perfectly fine if the attack does not insta-kill her. If it does have the damage to insta-kill her, she really has no way to prevent it, and that threshold is pretty small. So in my experience as Jade, you're going to be dying a lot at some points, it feels like, especially in the new game mode. The electric procs from the Sapper MOAs are just fucking brutal. Because of the way the shield delay buff works, though, you kind of can outlast DOTs with it in a weird way. Like, if you have high enough power strength that your shield regen begins below a second, because DOTs tick every second, if you have it active and you're not taking other damage, it will barely give you your shields back before, you know, you get hit and your shield gate kicks in. So you kind of can stall them out that way, but for the most part, I don't use the shield buff that often, because if you're taking a lot of fire, which you probably will be because you're flying and everything can fucking see you, it's going to hurt. So that's why you see things like Aviator and stuff. So just something to consider. Her 4 is useless anyway. That is an unbelievably bad take. I'm sorry, that is an unbelievably bad take. Jade's 4 is what makes her overpowered. I just use an Umbral set with Arcane Blessing. Yeah, you can, because, like, if you want to pad that out with something like Blessing or even Blue Shards or something to give yourself, like, more raw health, that can definitely help as well, because you're, like I said, when it comes to, like, getting insta-killed, every Warframe without a shield gate can be insta-killed, right? Like, obviously. But the thing is, because she struggles with, her damage reduction on her health stuff being so low, her threshold for being insta-killed is lower. Like, yes, Corvex can be insta-killed, but he has a shit ton of armor, so a hit that insta-kills Jade will probably not insta-kill Corvex, depending on the damage. And because she has no form of status immunity, DOTs also honestly fuck Jade up really bad, because she can't use her shield regen buff consistently if she's under the effect of a DOT. I've had plenty of times where a Jade Light Eximus hits me, and the fire DOT making me not able to regen shields is actually what kills me. It's not the Eximus itself that kills me, it's the fact that I can't regen my shields for 3 or 4 seconds. Is the thing that actually ends up doing me in. The other thing that I feel like you kind of have to consider with Jade is her energy economy, especially if you're going for a setup where you're trying to, like, blow everything up. Her alt fire is 25 energy to cast, so you're going to want to have relatively high efficiency if you're spamming it. The problem is high efficiency lowers your duration, which means that your 4 will drain more energy because it uses both efficiency and duration. So that's something important to consider as well, is that you're going to have to find a way to supplement that. Like orange shards, energize, stuff like that can really help offset that, because it will become an issue if you're spamming your 4. Also, J-Light shouldn't do DOT on top of huge damage. The beam itself, if you play a frame like Corvex or Titania with status immunity, you'll find this out. The beam itself doesn't actually deal that much damage. If you have status immunity, it actually doesn't kill you very easily. The problem is as soon as you don't have status immunity, it ramps up heat DOTs on you so quickly that it will basically kill you in one tick if you stand in it for too long. So that's something important to consider as well, is that if you get hit by one with status immunity, you're honestly fine. If you don't have status immunity, you're honestly dead. It's going to kill you a lot of the time, if not directly, by removing your shield gate. So that's just something important to consider with those enemies. But like I said, the general playstyle with Jade, in my experience at least, we'll go ahead and, I didn't actually activate my buff first. Cast all your stuff. So basically it looks like this. Armor strip this group of enemies, toss a couple ones in there to judgment mark them, blow them up. That's the typical process. I do try to, because like I said, I find that kind of boring, so I try to use my primary fire to deal with like beefy targets. The way I have this built, for these things is I try to use because the way I have it built is not all in on the alt fire. So I can actually use the primary fire for beefy targets and the explosion for weak targets. And I think that's fun. I think it adds some variety, because the strategy of just spam middle click and kill everything I think is kind of lame. So also, yeah, it doubles preview or damage every 5 seconds, or 0.5 seconds. Yeah, and because heat procs refresh, you know, when they add a new stack, it will fuck you up really quickly. So, my Jade admittedly relies on picking up energy orbs probably too much, because Glory on High is a 5 energy per second ability. And yeah, it does struggle with single targets in general, but you can kind of offset that with Eximus units. If you just have so much damage and they're surrounded, they'll just die. My build normally doesn't do that, and I'm actually happier with that, because I then have a reason to use my primary fire. It's the same thing with like my Daggett, if anyone's heard my breakdown for why I use Equilibrium on Daggett. You don't have to. It's just a also see a blueprint. I use Equilibrium on Daggett because it offers player choice, where I can deliberately die to get my energy back, because every kill in the spectral form grants you a health orb. I'm losing my train of thought here. So I have Equilibrium on her specifically so that I can deliberately die. And also, people might be using it on her more with the advent of the Augment. This is before the Augments edition. Is it the enemy density? The enemy density is a huge part of it, to be perfectly honest with you. If enemies, and I mentioned this a second ago, but in case you didn't hear it, the alt fire does not scale with base damage, multi-shot, reload speed, anything like that. You want to use Banes and Elementals primarily on it. So, and like crit as well. I come to your house at night. I know Sab doesn't like Equilibrium. I disagree with him, and I'll leave it at that. I think some frames, like Neja, Varuna, Citrine, they can all take very good advantage of Equilibrium. Should you put it on everything? No, but it definitely does do very well on some characters. So that's kind of the breakdown, I guess, for Jade. And I think that the main thing you want to... Like, the problem is she kind of wants every stat. The main things you want to go for, in my view, are strength and range. And then you want to have high enough efficiency that you're not... Because, like, you don't want to go negative efficiency. That's a really bad idea on this character. And then I'd say duration is not a dump stat, but it is one you can kind of sacrifice. I don't think you should let it go below 100, but you don't need to spec into it super hard. So I don't know why Sab dislikes Equilibrium. Red told me he had a thing on Twitter about it, but I couldn't find it when I looked. So I don't know his explanation, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's only primary fire. So it's Bane's, Elementals, and Crit. Also, we're talking about Jade. I'm doing another rundown of her because my last one was bad. So you can rewind if you want to see, because we're basically at the end of it.
I just had a thought, if you don't mind.
Oh?
Jade's a support frame with a fucking bad survivability, yeah?
I mean, yeah, if something insta-kills her, yes.
No fucking shit, she has bad survivability. She's the fucking pregnant one.
Yeah, she gets hit, and it's just like she takes double damage from all attacks because the child rolls another damage instance.
She has bad survivability. It's like, no shit, Sherlock. She's...
Not mod what you can add with shards. That's fair, but the thing is, A, purple shards are expensive. B, they're not nearly as effective, you know, individually. And C, I think there are honestly a lot more valuable things you can add from a shard. Like, in terms of, like, here's the thing, right? Casting speed is a mod. You can use that for... You can use a mod for casting speed. You can use mods for more health. There's a lot of stuff like that. Not quite the same as the Equilibrium thing, but I think that having a shard that does the same thing as a mod is fine, because it depends on what slot you're willing to give up. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to give up all of my shard slots for Equilibrium, I can do that, or I can use Equilibrium and use the shards for something else. It's entirely just a matter of what resources you want to allocate where. I think it's basically two different ways to solve the same problem.
Yeah, it's basically, do you value something that isn't Equilibrium on the mod slot, or do you value something that isn't, you know, one of the main things on the shards, basically?
Yeah, it's like, do you want the certain shard effects, or do you want the mod slot?
I also love this camera angle. It looks like you're just in the background talking, and the Warframe is just there.
Yeah, I'm just chilling there. They still have never fixed the Kavats missing their hair, by the way. I still look like I'm made of fucking plastic, and it makes me sad. Anyways, so... might as well jump in and say hi. I think we're stopping by. So when it comes to the other thing, then, though, I want to talk about Jade's weapons. Let's go ahead and just have, like, a regular dude here. We'll do, like, a few regular dudes.
Isn't it a 10th of Equilibrium?
It's 10% each.
Damn.
So 50% with 50% if you have all 5, or 75% if you have all 5 Tau Forge. Keep in mind, Equilibrium is 110%. So something I want to talk about. We'll go over the weapons real quick. So Evensong, which is the bow, has a really interesting effect. So when you hit an enemy with Evensong, they get proc with 7 puncture procs. The thing with this that's so interesting is this is not normally possible. Puncture cannot go to 7. It caps at 5, which is 80% damage reduction on the enemy. So, or rather, the enemy deals 80% less damage. So, if they get hit with this explosion, 7 puncture procs is 100% less damage. So, I guess I can demonstrate this with a guy real quick. Grab just like a single Lancer. So, if I unpause him, if I shoot this guy, and he has 7 puncture procs, he can't damage me anymore. He deals no damage. And on top of that, it's 10% more flat crit chance. I believe it goes from 25 to 35. So, I find this to be a really neat idea for a support weapon, honestly. Because it's also hits harder. It's like, statistically? Hold on. I've never actually noticed in terms of that. You posted good takes about Warframe, real and true. So also, this is intentional. This is listed in the weapons description that it does this. So I think that's a really cool idea. And then another thing is you might notice up here, if you kill an enemy, you get 35% increased multi-shot if they die to Evensong. So if I kill this guy, I get the buff.
Just
I also have longbow,
for, like, in general?
I believe for all weapons.
Ooh.
So... onto the throwing knives, Cantare. We'll grab a heavy gun, and this guy should last a bit longer.
Yeah,
so,
Cantare
is a pretty high status chance weapon, but I also actually run crit damage on it, and the reason is something interesting. So you might notice they're embedded in the wall here. If I reload, they come back to me and guaranteed red crit. And if you kill an enemy this way, you get this buff, Cantare Corral, which gives you increased reload speed, 20% for all of your weapons. So the last weapon, and I think probably the most interesting, also try Uncharged Evensong. It shouldn't deal more damage according to the codex, but I'll try it. Compared to... Well, this guy has a viral proc. I guess it's not bad. The main thing is I would go for headshots, so maybe that's skewing it.
Maybe uncharged headshots?
The red crit gets buffed by Urelli. Honestly, I hope that stays, because I feel like nerfing your own crit chance would be kind of sad. But, say, charged headshot took about a third of its health. If my Kavat would stop fucking attacking it. Oh, the uncharged actually did do a lot of damage. That's interesting. I wonder if it has a higher headshot multiplier, actually. That could be the case. Because that's kind of like Nataruk has that too, right? Where the uncharged shot has a higher headshot multiplier. Well, it has a headshot multiplier.
Yes, Kitty is unhinged.
So when it comes to Harmony, Harmony has an interesting effect. So like I said, Evensong is the puncture proc AoE. This is your reload returns the knife to you. Harmony's effect is that it will consume all status effects on an enemy and deal them as damage. So it's basically like a built-in expedite.
Stream froze.
Did the stream freeze?
Yes.
It's still playing for me.
There it is. Okay.
Is the same Nitro on stream? Yes. So the thing with this is that it makes it so there's some really interesting scaling on Harmony, because it means that your heavy attack, because it actually applies the status before it consumes it. This is yeah, there we go. If I could actually proc the slash. So as you can see there, Scythe Heavies force a slash proc, but because it consumes all the status on the enemy, it wouldn't do anything normally. So Harmony applies the status and then consumes it. What's interesting about that is that it means that status duration actually increases the heavy attack damage, because there are more ticks of the status, so it sums all that damage from those additional ticks as well. And then, yeah, high duration Lavos, who also increases status effect damage. Saren, her passive increases status effect duration. Lavos' status effect duration. So, like, those types of effects as well work really well with Harmony, as well as, like, the new Melee Elementalist mod also works very well with it. It's a very high status chance scythe as well, so it's very good for influence and things like that. So that's something important to consider. So Harmony's buff, I didn't mention this earlier, but Harmony's buff, if you do kill an enemy with the heavy attack, we'll go ahead and hit this guy again. So if you do kill an enemy with with Harmony, I don't know why my damage is so inconsistent on this guy, to be honest, because the slash proc is supposed to be guaranteed. You get this. So this buff, that's Tandem Bond. Did my cat actually steal my kill? Does Ash... Also, yes, Ash's slash duration and stuff does increase the damage as well. I'm just going to hit this guy 2 times to proc some statuses on him.
Completely unrelated, but since I have a bit of downtime, big truck stop question mark?
That killed it. Fucking hell. Also, Force of Fall, so the new Arcane just doubles the damage. Yeah. I currently have... I think on this build I still have on... So you have to kill with the heavy attack. There we go. So this is Harmonic Resonance, which gives you 30% increased status duration. And yeah, so this build that I have on currently is for like general use with influence and stuff like that. Also, I'm only streaming on YouTube. But I think, yeah, with a more strictly heavy attack build.
Pornhub, they kind of got, kicked.
Huh?
We tried to stream on Pornhub, it didn't go well.
I have not actually done that. So yeah, it's very effective. But yeah, melee afflictions, because it just gives them 6 more stacks, basically because of the 4 stagger, will kill enemies pretty much immediately. And the other important thing about that, while I'm talking about it, is that if an enemy, because like afflictions only procs if the enemy is staggered or ragdolled or something, right? Well, not necessarily. If I get out an Eximus here, if the enemy has something that resists the stagger, but it's a forced stagger, it will actually still work. So even though that enemy had overguard, he resisted the stagger, but because this is a forced stagger, even though he didn't actually take it, it still applies the effect, interestingly enough. So that's important to consider as well. So my Harmony is currently built. I prefer to play it hybrid, so I can use it like a normal melee, and then, you know, like use Tennokai when appropriate. I think that's fun. But pure heavy attack is also super good. Also, yeah, I played Frost a lot even prior to his rework. I've always been one of the people that always argued that Frost was, like, not as bad as people said he was, and he's definitely a lot better now. So then the last thing I'll mention in regards to Jade's weapons is they all 3 have their own individual buffs, but they also do something if all 3 buffs are active at once. We'll just spawn a bunch so that my cat doesn't fuck me over on this. So if I kill an enemy with this one... Alright, so I have the multi-shot buff. Kill an enemy with Kantare coming back to me. Specifically, it has to be Kantare coming back to you for whatever reason. There we go. And then I get a heavy attack kill. I get a new buff. This buff is called Jade's Ensemble. It makes the duration go from 30 seconds to 60. It doesn't need to kill to get the buff. Oh, is it just if it tags them? Hold on, I can test that real quick. Well, no, I can't. I have the Jade's Ensemble buff. Can I get rid of this if I fall off the map? No, I cannot. But it doubles the effect. So 70% multi-shot, what, at 40% reload speed, and 60% status duration. You can no longer stack its health. Can you not stack its health? I'm pretty sure you still can. Because I've been doing that in, like, Archon hunts and stuff, and it seems like it still works. I haven't noticed it being weaker. I've still been doing it, and it still seems to work. I guess I haven't read up on it. If they massively buffed it, tells something I guess I wouldn't have noticed, but I don't remember them doing that. The new visual effect on recasting it is cancer, I'll say that much. It gives me a headache. Hold on, let me check this. So I'll tag this guy with a reload. I'll try. And then I'll kill him with this. Good to know. I guess, yeah, it doesn't matter. To clear all your buffs. Here's the funny thing. The reset suit button is super inconsistent. I still have a bunch of those buffs. Have you seen the leaks? Yeah, I have. I don't want to talk about them because I don't want to spoil it for people who don't want that kind of thing spoiled, but I have seen them. In combination with this old augment, he can nuke whole rooms with his 2 abilities. To be honest, he already could. The new augment just makes that way easier. But yeah, I've seen it. My Sevic Author, I like to play as the Shadow, so I'm not using it for that purpose, but I have seen it, yeah. That's way better ways of getting health. Also, yeah, Garuda is good. Gloom helps her a lot as well. But that's kind of besides the point. Where can I see the leaks if I want to see for myself? You're in the Discord, Zert. Go to Warframe discussion and look for... Keegan posted it earlier. The Reddit post that contained them. Also, yeah, Shadow benefiting from Reap is nice. Also, the cutscene glitch. Do you mean the one at the end of the Jade Shadow's quest, or is there a different one? I'm familiar with the one at the end of the Jade Shadow's quest, it just never happened. Also, I'll grab the dinner setup real quick. Alright, we're going to dripper drown the dinner setup. Chat's going to dripper drown the setup right now. Let me grab these and drop them in OBS real quick. Alright, everyone, here's the dinner setup. This is, hold on, I have to resize these because they're taking up so much of the screen, they're overlapping. Here's the dinner setup, everyone. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? I like the Garuda Prex card. This reminds me a lot of that bit from Pair of Kings with Mop Kayla, if anyone knows what I'm talking about. This reminds me a lot of Mop Kayla. That's just the vibe I'm getting from this. Drip. Be useful to spec on the throwing knives to increase chance of them hitting on a reload/recall. It'll increase their damage. I think that's about it when it comes to the knives, though, is it'll increase the crit damage from the guaranteed crit chance. So that would definitely work well. No wine, a drown. He actually doesn't... So he has the... Okay, if we look at this, right? Let's hide this one for a second. We look at this. So you might see... He has the... Hold on, I have to change this for a second. So he has the... The dinner is... Okay, hold on. So he's got the tea. He doesn't have the Danas cup. So he doesn't have the wine cup. Is your romantic dinner with your wife over here fucking nutrition cubes? Is this your idea of a date? Do you like, hey girl, you want to go to Applebee's and pop vitamins? Like, what are you doing? What is that?
That's fucking private cuppa. He
Charcuterie.
Too many times.
Look, how did you prepare these? There are multiple ways to prepare nutrition cubes. Did you boil them? Because if you boiled them, I'm actually banning you. Maybe if you smoked them, that's a little bit better, I guess. Marrying the Prex card. I think what you should have done is you should have had a fish trophy on there. That's my feedback. Unironically, put a big ass fish on the table. Put a big ass fish on the fucking table.
I fucking thought when you said big ass fish, I was like, it replaced his girlfriend with a fish.
Please, just put a big ass like Mercury on the table.
No, better roll reversal, figure rooted to the fucking fish.
Also, when we get Corvex Prime, primes for a frame come out 4 years after their release on average, so keep that in mind. How the fuck do you smoke a nutrition cube fast, blunt? Okay, that's not what I meant. Steam nutrition cubes from Utica. This is the best dinner you can get in Turkey. I didn't consider that you are working with the financial restraints of living in Turkey. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
He spent all his money on the fucking chair or something.
Yeah, the chairs bankrupted him. Okay, let's be really, probably stole them. I would give that a drip, but I do think that you might want to get yourself a fancier dinner. Because the nutrition cubes is kind of grim. Okay, so like, you know the Solaris cereal box? You could use the Solaris cereal box. You could use one of the food cans from I don't know what's in them. It could just be like slop or something. You just like pour out like cream of mushroom soup from the Zeraman ones. I don't know what's in there.
Babe, I just realized. You know the fucking like MRE packs of the fucking seal
yeah.
from the Zeraman. It's like perfectly square. It's fucking dried soup from Pam's.
Just add water. Warframe MRE confirmed. Silence kebab.
Water, just add water.
Just add water. So canned food is better than nutrition cubes. Think about it this way, okay? Canned food, while still pretty bad, like there's still some variety there. You know what? If I take a bite of if I take a bite of a nutrition cube, it's homogenous. It's one experience, right? One texture, one flavor, all that kind of thing. There's at least some, like if I have a can of chicken noodle soup, there's the noodles and the chicken minimum. There's some variety there. The nutrition cube is just one homogenous experience. Now, I guess you could make like a nutrition cube.
Just take a bite of each.
Well, that's what I'm about to say, is that like you could make a nutrition cube salad maybe, and then you could just like eat a bunch of them at once. My ass is getting dumped. I thought you said she was your wife. Aren't you married? How are you getting getting dumped by the Prex card? What the she's not real.
She's real to me.
Okay, I also have another minor suggestion that could just be funny, is like making if you haven't already, make a shrine to her in the personal quarters, because you can have her actual model there. The divorce stump. You're getting served the divorce papers because you boil the nutrition cubes. The classic blunder, you fucking idiot.
New Prex cut just dropped the divorce papers.
Hell yeah. That's why you have 4 nutrition cubes. Shut up, she's real. Damn, rejected by the Prex card, just like me, for real. Yeah, you get so few bitches, the fake one rejected you too. Holy shit. It's honestly pretty good. I'm just making fun of the nutrition cubes because I think it's funny. Who makes edits of anime girls rejecting him? I hate that I know what you're talking about. Okay, so that's kind of that for this. Other things with the update I haven't really talked about. Frost had a very good tune-up, and so did Ember, especially with the fact that Healing Flames, for those who don't know, on Ember, Healing Flames got buffed so that if you're at full HP, it actually grants you Overguard now.
Bro,
which was
your ass roasted, you should have roasted the fucking nutrition cubes.
This was a huge buff. It also scales with immolation, like, you know, the armor strip level does. This was a huge buff to Ember. It gives her a way to gate very reliably. So that's important to consider, is that, you know, you can do that now. A lot of frost buffs were also very good, especially with, this is a recent thing. This has happened. If anyone looks like Garuda IRL, DM me on... What the fuck do you mean? Also, my mic might be echoing because it's a little bit farther from my face. Let me... There we go. That's a bit better, probably.
Yeah,
it's a bit closer. Let me tune my gain down a little bit there. I'm not used to how much I have to move this mic at my new desk, so sorry about that. Tell me if my mic is echoing. I don't notice it otherwise. Overguard Arc in many such cases. I mean, really, that only applies to, like, Frost, Ember, and Styanax. With Frost in particular, they made a buff that his armor actually affects the amount that he gets back once per enemy. So his overguard gain got much better, because his, like, if you look at that, right? Also,
here would kill me on a date IRL to give me a Discord.
I should also mention, yes, I might be echoing through Nitro's mic because he uses speakers. So if he ever holds his push...
stream, I'm stupid.
No, babe, my Discord audio, you dunce.
Right.
If he's ever holding his push to talk button,
well, here we can test that like right now, but
what do you mean we can test it out? I can hear myself through Discord, dummy.
Right, now we see.
So you should be able to hear it on the stream in a second. Is better or worse than Equilibrium? Maybe I should use the latter instead. I actually think that Exothermic is a really good augment for Ember, but it's, like, still kind of shoddy. When it comes to Frost as well, I kind of kitted him the fuck out with Archon Shards for armor and casting speed, because I do this. You might notice I'm looking at the ground. Genuine photosensitivity warning. Recasting his bubble does this now. I hate it. I don't know why they did that, because I play an efficiency Frost to spam his bubble to rack up its health. But like I said, I don't think they removed that. Maybe they did. I haven't noticed it. Just lacking in survivability, so an Overguard augment made sense. Yeah, I also think that Overguard augment single-handedly pushed him from A tier to, like, high S tier. He has an insanely good frame with that augment. But, so I hate that. I wish they wouldn't have done that. But otherwise, Frost's rework is really good. Also, give him Nourish instead of his 2. You could, but I'd actually... So this is kind of weird. I like his 2, because it's a very quick, like, pinch crowd control option. Especially because of the, like, the stagger on that you see. Something else, though. I don't have this augment on right now. I might actually find a way to work it back in, because I took it off after they nerfed it. This is also here for a full strip. I could use this for full strip, to be honest. But, so say we took this augment back, right? Ice Wave Impedance. So, the thing about Ice Wave Impedance is they changed it so it now applies cold procs. So if enemies are standing there, they'll actually get frozen, which is also pretty helpful. You can basically throw down, like, freeze zones, which I think is pretty cool.
That's very helpful.
Like I said, my current build, this is sacrificing my ability to full strip. So, Overguard getting removed by nullifiers. I think it also gets removed if he falls off the map. Let me double check that, but it's a very weird property of him. Oh, they actually fixed that. But yeah, nullifiers, removing it is... strange. Did I miss anything? Basically, my whole explanation of Jade and stuff, yes. Also, this is here because efficiency, because I play an efficiency-oriented Frost, and then also shield capacity.
It's because they don't like to do that. It's a band-aid fix, basically.
I don't think it's a band-aid necessarily, because it's 2 still, like I said, forces a stagger and applies cold procs and stuff, but this is definitely, it kind of changes it from like a pinch option to an area denial that lingers, which, like, if you're playing an efficiency Frost like me, is better, because I can spam my 4, so I don't use my 2 super often. Like, you could definitely probably drop, like, maybe Boreal's Hatred or something for that, because I used to use, I used to have Adaptation here, but because of the Overguard augment, I don't need it, so I don't have anything there anymore. It's not exactly mine. I don't play Valkyr that often, so it's pretty out of date these days, I'm pretty sure. But, like I said, this is just... I don't like telling people how to play. This is what I use. If you don't like it, that's totally fine. Use something else. You can do plenty of stuff with that. Also, yeah, I actually have a build where the 1 is replaced with Nourish, which is up here, but I still like... Normally, if I can keep a frames kit intact, I try to. So, I typically enjoy keeping the frames kit intact if I can, and because the 1's not nearly as useless, your Nourish slot looks different than mine. I always felt like the Nourish slot was honest Freeze, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Freeze doesn't even have an AoE, does it?
I just realized, after all this time, did they actually... Wait a minute, guys, this is a big deal. Hold on. We have to go back to the Orbiter. Am I tweaking? Or did this actually happen?
What?
Hold on. If I'm going to be so sad if this isn't real. Damn it. My faith was just dashed. I thought they finally increased the resolution of Frost's ability icons. They didn't. I can see Ice Wave is still all fuzzy in the helmet. Fuck, dude. Damn it.
It's frozen, so it's a bit wibbly.
Damn it. And it's the cold damage slot. You can use it for that, definitely. Like I said, I was going to do the event, and we're an hour and a half in, and I haven't even started it. Looks like my Discord screenshots. It looks like Cassette Switch screenshots for fucking drippered around. At least because that can play on PC now. But yeah, Ember and Frost glow-ups were really nice. I don't play Ember that often, and I'll be honest with you, when it comes to Ember, how do I put this? Her 4 kind of sucks. When it comes to actually dealing damage, amazing at low level, Steel Path level, even armor-stripped enemies do not give a shit about being immolated from Inferno. So, it feels like, with Ember, if you're not using Exothermic, her 4 has no purpose at higher level. At least in my experience. So I use it literally just to have a reason to use the 4 at points. It can kill things if you stack the fuck out of it and have a ton of stacks of your passive or something. Also on Frost, I believe I use Vengeful Chill. Let me double check. Yep, this is from if you kill a cold Lich. If you generate a Lich, they have a 20% chance to spawn with a Vengeful Ephemera. This is the one for cold Liches. To increase her meter. Yeah, her meter doesn't drain nearly as much energy anymore. So that's also valuable. The X Prime Minister, the current one didn't. I think you mean the current one hasn't yet. It applies heat and it looks cool. I mean, that's also fair, to be honest. Try a grouping ability with her 4, can melt anything with a couple casts. And fair enough. I don't doubt that it probably can, because it does give them an AoE. I don't think I actually have any range on my Ember, which I should probably... Oh, no, I dropped range because I wanted to do, You guys are going to see something fucked up. My Ember, I haven't messed with this that much. Don't take this to heart. My Ember is using 2 augments right now. I don't honestly probably need this with the changes 2 or 3, because of the fact that it's so cheap at higher, cast amounts now. But, at one point I was actually using 3 augments just to experiment with it. Which is fun, I'll be honest with you. It's just kind of dumb. I'm guessing yeah. I don't know why you'd run Purifying Flames, but... Okay, minor complaint. Why is it that Purifying Flames gets buffed to give you status immunity, when Healing Flame grants you Overguard, which makes you immune to status effects? Like, there is the niche of that you have to be at full health. They actually buffed this in this patch. Because it used to be like Excalibur's 1 augment, where it didn't clear status effects on Ember. So it grants status immunity now, and it also actually clears the effects on her. But, like, I guess there's the difference that if Ember's doesn't have Overguard, it still works, right? And she has to be at full health to get Overguard from this. But I still find it weird. So yeah, I might throw more range on this. I was going for a lot of strength, basically just for the effectiveness of this ability. Hell, I probably could. Just, like, put that there, right? Massively lower my strength, but it's fine because it doesn't affect my armor strip or anything, and your DR threshold is super low. So this would probably honestly work fine, because that'll increase the range on this, I believe, for the... well, I guess not for the envelop, for the targeting. I don't know. Ember's a weird character to build, honestly. Anyways. just for other people since Healing Flame is only for Ember. I guess that probably is part of it, is that it's to be more of a support role than, you know, a selfish thing. Especially because Ember has 90% DR from her 2, but as far as more, that doesn't actually affect her Overguard. And able to be knocked down. That's fair. I think Overguard is a fine mechanic, minus the fact that it's so easy to spam. Because, like, a lot of frames like Color Bow and, you know, well, pretty much all of them, honestly, can get it back so easily that it doesn't matter that much, that, you know, it's easy to break and has no innate DR, because you can just keep getting it back. I think Overguard gating was a good change, but overall, it's like, if you can spam it, you're not really under threat a lot of the time. The game. I'm sorry I'm not Nourish cucking out on all of my frames. I have some that use it. My Baruch uses it. My Caliban uses it. But can I see your Velox build? I guess. I don't like showing builds on stream, because it's genuinely like, this is what I use. I prefer to tell you how, you know, how things work, not how to play the game. But the setup I have on here is hybrid, because it has workable crit chance because it's so high fire rate. Like 14% is not great because it's so high fire rate. You can swing it. Have this on here. You can probably drop this. I honestly mostly have it for the status chance. And then kind of typical with your viral heat. You could also, like I said, you could drop this for more heat. If you wanted to. Have you messed with Daggett Slogman? Actually, I haven't messed with it yet because I'm not part of a syndicate that can give it to me. It seems very strong and very fun, but I haven't messed with it that much yet personally, no. Especially because I like having the, cushion of, like, if I die, I'll activate it kind of thing. But I've heard that with the right setup, you basically always are in ghost mode if you have the enemy volume to sustain it. Subsists entirely off Archon's Dredge. Do you need it? I think Nitro is going to give me one, and I just keep forgetting to actually take it off of them.
Oh, the
Not use damage mods in their builds. The Bronze Jade. Welcome, Walter. I didn't actually expect to see you around, especially because you went to bed so early the other day. Also, so I'll go for an explanation for what you mentioned there with people not using damage mods. I think I might have this on Kantare too. I do.
So the augment I need to give you, which one? What the fuck that one was?
It's the Daggeth one. So here's the explanation for why people do that. So in Warframe, this is a term that gets overused, and I'm sorry because a bunch of people are going to cringe when I say this, because it's not even the correct term. But there is a concept called diminishing returns. I know, I'm sorry I said the word. So here's how it works. If I have one base damage mod, so say I have Hornet Strike, I'm actually gonna, like, alter this a bit so that the damage numbers reflect this better. If I have a damage mod, so we'll throw on Hornet Strike. Hornet Strike gives me 220% more damage for one mod slot. Keep that in mind. So 220% more damage for one mod slot. Okay, that's pretty good. Thing is, say that I now go ahead and throw on a, what's the pistol version of Heavy Caliber? Magnum Force. 165%
I have Magnum
damage.
Force, I nailed the name as well. So, to kind of simplify this, we'll go ahead and round. So say Magnum Force is we'll say Magnum Force is 200% and Hornet Strike is 200%, just to make this easier to explain. So, in our hypothetical here, weapon with 100 damage, 100 base damage, Hornet Strike goes on there. Our Hornet Strike in this universe is 200% damage. So now I have 300 damage because it's 200% more damage. So, you know, you slot that on there, you get that increase in damage. So that's pretty good, right? You know, 200% increase in damage, or 3 times your total damage in that case. Then I put on our other 200% damage mod. And so now we go from 300 damage to 500 damage. If you look at that, though, the relative increase is a lot smaller. We went from 300 to 500. So because it's still working off of the base value, our relative increase was smaller, and we're taking up a whole extra mod slot for that. So instead of, you know, 3 times our damage, we're not even doubling our damage by adding that extra mod, because it went from 300 to 500 in this example. So when it comes to the concept of diminishing returns, what you basically want to do is get as much out of as little mods as possible, because the more you keep adding, because it always scales off the base value, you're going to run into that problem. This is also part of why elemental mods are much more resistant to diminishing returns, because they scale off of base damage mods. If you see there, this scales off of base damage. So these are much better about it. So if I have, like, see, I have Cascadia Flare, and I also have on Galvanized Shot. These both are base damage mods. So because of that, I don't have to worry nearly as much about using Hornet Strike or something, because these are both easy to proc, relatively. And, you know, the Hornet Strike, with this much extra base damage, would be giving me so little that it's not really worth slotting. I want to say this, though. You can totally use Hornet Strike on your builds, and I still do it on a lot of them. Like, Galvanized Shot is annoying at times. If you're using that as your only base damage mod, it's annoying. Proccing a lot of the arcanes, like Primary Deadhead or like stuff like that, is annoying, because you have to get kills for those to proc, and getting kills when you have no base damage to start is annoying. It basically means you have to go searching for a weak enemy like a Butcher or something to actually get your stuff rolling. It also encourages only using one weapon, because if you switch for too long, you're going to lose all your buffs and have to do that again. So I think that if you don't want to deal with that, and honestly, I often don't, you can absolutely run those too. That's totally fine. It's just something to be aware of. Like, for this setup, I have so much base damage going into it, there's no reason to add more. And also, yeah, Galvanized does not work on AoEs, which is an important distinction there as well. So, just, like, all that considered, like I said, basically, maximize your damage with as few mods as possible, because the higher your amount gets, the less you get out of subsequent mods. You can't consider it a one-shot if you have to shoot them beforehand to proc conditionals. Yeah, it is kind of a bitch in that regard. What are mods? I don't know. So, like I said, that's just something to be... that's kind of how that works. It's interesting, too. I'm going to... Okay. Chad, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the armor rant again. I know people.
Hell yeah.
I know people have heard this several times. I'm doing the armor rant again. A lot of people talk about armor being susceptible to diminishing returns. This is also true, but I think a lot of people misunderstand it. And I kind of want to talk about armor. So you see here, my Corvex has 85%, 85.4% damage reduction from his armor. If we go to... I don't think I actually have an empty build on my Corvex, because I have so many weird experimental ones. This was the... Okay, the Terrify one doesn't need to exist anymore. I should have named these, by the way. So, if you look at this, you have 8785. That's 74.5%. So you might be like, okay, cool kid. Well, this Corvex has double the armor, but the damage reduction only went up about 10%. So what's up with that? Isn't that, you know, pretty susceptible to diminishing returns? Because it's only 10%. But the thing is, armor doesn't... You get caught up in the percentage, I think it skews your view of how things work. Because armor actually scales linearly, and the percentage is... Let's just say, like, if my armor went up to, like, 95%, it would be a massive increase, even over just 90%. So let me explain it this way. Armor works in linear blocks of 300. So, like, in-between values do matter. This is the easiest way to explain it. So, if I have 0 armor, and I have 100 HP, then I get hit by, like, 100 damage attack, I'll die in one hit. If I have 300 armor gives me 2 times my effective health. So, it halves the damage I take. So if I get hit by the 100 damage attack, it will now mean that I take 2 hits to die. So because of that, I effectively have 200 health, because now it takes 200 damage hits to kill me. So if we go up to, I think it's 66%, is 3 times effective health, 75% is 4 times effective health, and these scale in blocks of 300. So 300 armor is 50%, 600 armor is the 66%, 900 armor, 75%. So the percentage diminishes, but the damage reduction is linear. It scales linearly because it's in those blocks of 300, and it's not a multiplier, I guess, to or the damage reduction is... How do I explain this? It scales as an effective health multiplier. That's how it scales, as in blocks of 300, effectively. So the difference... Just to put this into perspective, right? The difference between 90% damage reduction and 95% damage reduction, 95% DR is twice as effective, despite only being 5% better. The reason for that is if we go back to our previous example, say I have 100 health, and I get hit by a 100 damage attack. 90% DR, that attack loses, 90 of its damage. So it takes 10 hits to kill me. So I effectively have, 10 times the health. 95% DR makes that attack deal 5 damage. So it takes 20 hits to kill me. It is only a 5% difference, but I have twice my effective health. So, and the higher you get in percentage, the more that gap shrinks. So what would be 40 times effective health? 97.5%. It's a 2.5% increase, but it's twice as good as what I previously had. So because of that, like, for example, I have adaptation on. You might be like, well, why do you have adaptation on when you already have such high damage reduction? It's because when they stack, you're able to resist a lot more damage, because the percentage, like, if you get caught up in the percentage, you're not going to see the full picture. I'm not throwing Sabuchi under the bus by saying this, but it's a good example, I think, of misunderstanding the mechanic, because there is a video he had done somewhat recently where he shows the armor calculator on screen from the wiki and says that the difference between, like 1,000 armor and 2,000 armor is basically nothing. But if you look on screen at the time, if you look under it, his effective health multiplier goes up by 4 times. So it still does do something. It's just a matter of not thinking about it in the percentage way. So is this susceptible to diminishing returns? Yes, because the more you have, like, it still scales from the base value. So armor is still susceptible to diminishing returns, just not in the way people think about. And I think that while armor is okay by itself, steel path level and the like, when you start to stack armor with other forms of damage reduction, that's when it actually becomes effective. Like, Corvex here would get his shit rocked if he didn't have adaptation on. Sure, he has 85% damage reduction. It doesn't matter, I'm still gonna fucking die. But if I add 90% on top of that and they start stacking together, I can't remember the exact formula for how that shakes out, because you can never reach 100% DR, then you'd be invincible, and that's a problem. Unless you're Revenant, apparently. So, because of that, it's when they start to work together, you can really bolster your survivability a lot more. Because I've seen, like, people say, like, oh, like, why would you put adaptation on, like, a character with a 90% DR ability, for example? And Gauss. I mean, Gauss is only immune to certain damage types, though. But yeah, Gauss also gets damage immunity from, like, 6. He gets 6 damage type immunities. All physical, yeah, IPS, blast, heat, and cold. With hard caps, like on ability efficiency. Yeah, so that's the thing. Diminishing returns is not the actual term. The actual statistical term is called relative change, which I learned from reading a very interesting thread about the topic. Opportunity cost, I think that is also the other term for it. The one I heard was called relative change. So diminishing returns, in a way, is like if you hit a cap, and then after that cap, it was throttled down. Then it would be... Because, like, I think efficiency isn't diminishing returns so much as you hit a cap and then you're done. If it was, like, after 75%, all subsequent efficiency was halved, then you kind of hit the point of diminishing returns. I just dislike shield gating. I mean, fair enough. But...
Shield gate, my beloved.
Should be immune to electroproc so they aren't touching the ground Pokemon logic. Yeah, true, diminished to 0. I guess you could put it that way. The diminishing return of it stops fucking working. But yeah, also, once again, don't take any of this to heart. This is just what I'm using currently. But when you get to level 2,000 Gorillion, then sure. Also, yeah, I think when it comes to armor and, like, DR falling off, you're only really going to experience that in high level content. Like, EDA, even, like, in EDA, if you stack enough, you'll survive. Like, Baruch can survive in EDA unless a Void Rig pulls up with Grave Mines, which I absolutely fucking despise, because those things will just insta-kill you. Also, I will not be giving my thoughts on the political state of the world. That's not what my channel's about. I'm the Warframe expert, not fucking... I was about to say, like, Ben Shapiro, but he's not an expert on this either. I'm not a political pundit. My opinions do not matter to my content, so I'm not going to bring them up. Regardless. Also, what is the best way to abuse shield gating? I'll give you a pretty simple strategy for that, actually. Prime redirection to get your shield gate to the maximum amount. The higher your shields, the higher your shield gate, up to a max of 2.5 seconds. Arcane Aegis, if you have it, is insanely good. If you get hit and it procs, you literally cannot die to anything but toxin damage. So that's something that's very, very powerful, is you literally cannot die unless you get hit with toxin damage. Because your frame, unlike a lot of other sources of shield regen, like Caliban's homies and blast, shards and stuff, if you're in your shield gate duration, it will just keep giving you shields. So you don't have to worry about dying because of your shield gate activating and you don't get shields back like with a lot of other sources of it. You'll be fine. So the let me just say this. Arcane Aegis, if it procs, is literally the invincibility arcane. Like, if you haven't grinded it from the new event, if you don't have one, genuinely, I think you should get it. Like, if you don't have Energize, #1 priority, obviously. #2 priority should be either Aegis or Avenger. They're both incredibly good. Also, yeah, Rolling Guard can be used to stall out your shield gate duration. So that's another thing you can do. Brief Respite, as well as the Augur mod set, when you cast abilities, you get shield back. That can also be used. That's especially effective with a mod called Catalyzing Shields. Catalyzing Shields reduces your max shield capacity, but gives you a higher shield gate duration, because your shield gate duration scales with your shield amount, like I said. So because of that, if you want to, you can use Catalyzing Shields to lower your shields artificially, and then have a higher duration so that you can cast less abilities in order to get there. Also, Arcane Guardian is actually still a very good arcane, in my opinion, if you're playing a character like Grendel, who doesn't have that much for shields. Also, yeah, I can show Catalyzing Shields again. Let me go ahead. My thing might be blocking it. This is what it does. This is a corrupted mod. You get it from vaults on Deimos, corrupted vaults and regular Deimos missions. So not ISO vaults, corrupted vaults if you go to like an exterminate and you bring your dragon keys and stuff, that kind of thing. On its own between status proc damage ticks, it's really funny. Yeah, and you can also do stuff like that as well with blast damage, and orange shards can be used. Those can't proc during your shield gate though, but that can be used. So there are plenty of ways to abuse shield gating. Are we invading a really different color to Mungaus or what? We could honestly do it for the next update release stream. And 5 Tau Blue Armor Shards. Honestly, base. I think I have something similar, but I think my Rhino uses Ultimatum. Either Ultimatum or Tanker. One of the two. My Tanker's not maxed, though. But yeah, armor shards are valuable, especially on characters that scale with it in some way. So Gara's great with them, Rhino's great with them, Frost is great with them, and characters with no shields like Inaros and Nidus are also really good with armor shards. Not Kullervo, because he relies on his 2 for survivability. I would honestly say you can throw on like melee crit chance on Kullervo. That's what I have, because you're not surviving through health tanking, you're abusing his overguard as much as possible. Run health conversion in place of the flow mod using arcane battery, and that also works too, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the breakdown of how all that stuff works. Actually gives you more energy than just using a shard for energy. That's kind of funny, but it does also, you have to consider it takes up an arcane slot. Also, yeah, you can use shield shards and parasitic armor Rhino. I think that the armor shards actually might give you more, but that scales with strength, so there comes a point where they'd surpass it. No one's dropped me below ability range. It feels so hard to spread 4 with any less. Maybe you're aware of this, maybe you're not, but the pillars, if you shoot a pillar with Corvex's 4, it actually propagates the explosions. So you can kind of place them and then use them to artificially extend your range. That's what I've been doing. Like, my range on this Corvex build isn't very good, and if the enemy density is low, it struggles. But I found that to be relatively effective, at least in my experience. Do they increase base frame stats? They're actually a flat value. Where's Lavos? I can grab my Lavos. We'll show Lavos off while I'm talking about this. So they're a flat value. So this, also, these are a placeholder. I'm not going to keep these. Lavos doesn't really need these. I have them to kind of extend my tankiness a little bit, but I want to put probably like 2 Tau Forged Reds or something. I also have, yeah, you can full strip with them much more easily now, but they are a base amount. So this, so like a blue shard, for example, if I go to the helmet, Can I preview them if I have one installed? No, I can't. Okay, then let me grab Ember, because Ember doesn't have them full. I think I just have a few cast speed on her right now, because I'm not really sure what to do with her. But if I grab my Ember real quick. Welcome to, I guess this is just the education stream now. We're actually not playing the game, we're just talking about it. So, if you look at these, like the blue shard here, it's a base, like a flat amount. So, it just gives you a flat 150 health, shield capacity, armor, energy max, whatever. It's actually better, in my opinion, that way. You get better at placing them. Yeah, the new augment, if you hit enough enemies, does actually make it refreshes the duration of all the pillars. So that's nice, because you can place them and then using your 2, like spamming your 2 will keep them where you put them, which is kind of nice. Blast Zephyr feedback loop. If you want my honest opinion, we're entering it into the pantheon of broken Zephyr builds because tornadoes are fucking insane. So, like, it's very good, but, like, you know, like, Zephyr, like, gas and stuff like that has existed, too. So, is it very strong? Yeah, it is really strong. There's a lot of interesting stuff with Blast that's very strong, but, like, I've seen it before, I guess, with gas and stuff like that. So, it doesn't, like, surprise me, because she's an insanely good character, because tornadoes are so jank that you can do crazy shit like that. But yeah, these are flat values, so characters with, like, low amounts of shield or health or armor benefit from this a lot. Also, yeah, I do actually... I can go ahead and show this. He's gonna get nerfed. I doubt they'll nerf Zephyr. She's been like this for a very long time. They might nerf Blast in general, to be honest, with how strong it is, but we'll just have to see. They haven't made a comment on it or anything. So my Corvex here. My Corvex is a bit odd. I have a casting speed, an effectiveness on energy orbs, and then I have 3 health regens. The reason for this is that Corvex has very high armor, so he can tank damage, but the problem is he can't get his health back. Like, also, I don't think she's had any major changes since the Zephyr, or since the original rework, that's correct. Blast isn't that good. I don't think you've seen what Blast can do post-rework. Especially with grouping abilities and stuff in play, it is incredibly good, because it scales based on enemy count, because they all hit each other. It's a very powerful thing, especially on characters like Zephyr and Jade and stuff like that. Also, are the base values from blue shards affected by mods? They are not. They are flat, they are not affected by anything other than if it's Tau Forged. A Tau Forged shard is a 50% boost to all of a shard's stats. That's the only difference. So, with Corvex in particular, the health regen makes it so, yeah, I can tank damage, I'll take less damage, but I can actually recover my health, so that I'm not stuck with that damage unless I get out into my operator. Also, Titania, I haven't messed with Blast, like, Blast Corrosive on her or anything in particular, but I think she would be. A big thing with Blast is once it hits 10 stacks, your stacks all sum the damage and detonate in a bigger explosion. So you want weapons that can reach 10 stacks really fast. So beam weapons are super good with Blast. Jade's alt fire is super good with Blast because, you know, it can catch so many enemies. Shotguns are actually very good with Blast from what I've heard as well. High fire rate weapons, so like if you're using the augment, especially on Titania, Razor Wing Blitz, Dex Pixia would be very good for that. Welcome back. We're talking about Blast. Torrid's Beam in particular is very good with Blast. I've heard Blast Toxin with Blight is a very good setup. Phantasma, yeah, would work well with it. Glaxian would work well with it.
Blast Glaxian, of course?
Saren, because of course it is, yeah. I'm pretty sure on Saren, Blast can spread her 3, which is hilarious. Melee Influence Blast, that is another possible option, is you can do Blast Electric. If you like to just use Heat Viral or whatever, that's still a very good option. Like, that's not going anywhere, but Blast is an interesting alternative. You can do, you know, Blast Corrosive or Blast Electric, Blast Toxin. So you can run it with the DOT, which is valuable. So Blast has a lot of interesting applications. Blast Gambit, yeah, exactly. So it has a lot of interesting applications with that kind of stuff. Corrosive Heat Shed, I respect that. So yeah, Vauban's 3 does actually, I do believe, deal blast damage. Gas is my favorite right now. I still wish they would uncap it. I think if gas, like, just for those who don't know how gas works, it is capped at 10 stacks. It's the only DOT that actually works that way because the radius increases. So it really only works on high damage per shot weapons. So yeah, like Nataruk, Daikyu, what like high damage, high status weapons, which aren't super common. There's not that many of them. So I wish that they would make it different in terms of, I think the gas's radius, because the cloud goes from 3 meters at 1 stack to 6 meters at 10 stacks. Cap the radius at 10 stacks, but let it scale past that. It already struggles because it doesn't scale with heat mods or anything like that either. So I think it'd be much better if it was uncapped, because then more weapons could take advantage of it, particularly rapid fires. But at the moment, it's kind of like, I think Blast is kind of like the rapid fire friendly version of gas, I'll put it that way. It still works on, you know, lower damage per shot, or higher damage per shot, slower weapons, but it really shines on high fire rate weapons. So how does Sentient Wrath work? On Caliban, let me pull them up real quick. I guess it's just my new player talk stream. So Sentient Wrath releases this wave around Caliban. You can kind of see it in the preview video there. Enemies that are hit by this are lifted, take 35% more damage at base, and it has a maximum number of targets. So, are you good?
I just actually, shade is a dark color. They needed to be black to give them some shade. They're talking about a fucking umbrella, and it's just like, what the fuck?
Interesting take. Anyway,
everyone is just clapping. What the? Fred, what color of the cloud?
Something important about this is because it inflicts lifted. Lifted counts as a status effect for condition overload, but lifted is also weird in that if you hit enemies with anything other than a melee weapon or an ability, they will just fall to the ground, and lifted will immediately end. So because of that, like, the damage vulnerability part of this still applies if they're not lifted, but you have to be mindful that if you don't melee them, they'll fall out of it, which sucks. If you hit them with this 4, it also immediately kicks them out of lifted, which is fucking stupid, honestly.
Then you're 3, then you're 4 for extra damage. Great. Now what?
Also, yeah, there are Warframe powers that deal elemental damage but don't proc. Pretty much every Warframe power deals a damage type, and some of them do, like, I think Octavia's 1 is Blast, like Vauban's 3, I think Banshee's 4 is Blast, so, like, they don't proc, but that's something important to consider. How does the multiplier work with other sources of it? I don't entirely understand what you mean. I guess in terms of, like, if you mean, like, if they've been hit by another damage vulnerability, you know, ability or something like that. Magnetic Glaxion pre-update. Yeah, Magnetic is super good now, especially because of the fact that it can damage Overguard. That was a really big change for Magnetic, because it means it's not restricted to Corpus anymore. Like with that plus mag bubble, I think they stack additively. So like this is a 1.74 times multiplier. If I had like a say this was a base value, so 1.35, I had a mag bubble, which is like 2 times multiplier, they would add to 3.35. I believe that's how that works. Trigger slash with Garuda's 4? Yeah, because if an enemy's under the effect of Garuda's 4, any damage they take will inflict slash. So yeah, Blast can also proc slash on Garuda's 4 because of that mechanic. And yeah, Gauss's 3, I think it can proc it as well, if memory serves. It might just be deal. I haven't ever really paid attention. I don't use it for the blast proc to understand this, and I still might not. Fair enough. It's a complicated thing, I'll put it that way. Are flat damage sources weaker this update due to higher HP pools? I don't think so. When it comes to this update, the only thing that kind of got abject nerfed, and this is something important to note, I don't think this was entirely intentional, but Toxin kind of ate shit this update, and the reason for that is that it used to have a 50% positive health matchup against Corpus. It does not anymore. So Toxin procs now effectively deal 50% less damage to Corpus enemies. If you want my honest opinion with the damage changes that they made for factions, it should have been 3 positive damage types per faction, because we lost some very iconic matchups. Heat on Grenier went away, Gas on Infested went away, and most importantly, Toxin on Corpus went away. I think if they brought that back, so that, you know, they, like, normal factions had 3, and then, you know, maybe instead of the, like, the advanced factions, like Sentient, or like the Amalgams and stuff, had 2 and 1 resistance, that would be fine. But that's just sort of my perspective on that. Toxin's still very good, don't get me wrong, because, like, you know, oh no, my 1,000,000 damage Toxin hit is still now only dealing 10 times the damage it needs to kill the enemy instead of 15. But it's still very, very effective. Uncorrupted feels really strange. Now, yeah, that is also another thing. In your opinion, or just objectively, what's the worst? I don't think there's an objective rating for that. When it comes to, if you're including IPS, probably Impact. Impact is not in a great state because its main effect is mercy kills, and the stagger, it makes enemies like jerk a lot, so you can't headshot them as easily. If we're not including IPS, it's honestly kind of hard to say. I would personally say probably gas because it's so niche, but I think that all of the elements are good. It's just that gas requires a very specific environment to work. You mean so they're weak to their own weapon damage? According to the patch notes, the reason they swapped it was actually kind of interesting. So, according to the patch notes, the reason that Impact and Puncture got swapped on Grineer and Corpus was because Grineer have higher health pools, so you're going to be able to mercy them easier, while the Corpus deal more damage on average, so you want to reduce their damage more than the Grineers, which is actually definitely true. There aren't that many Grineer units that are capable of just insta-killing you, like Bombards and stuff can, but it's not that common. The Corpus have a shit ton of units that can insta-kill you, especially the MOAs that proc you with status effects, like the Heat Railjack MOAs, the Sapper MOAs with their electric balls, stuff like that. That shit's just gonna kill you if you don't have your shield gate. So that was the rationale behind making that switch, which I thought was weird at first, but I agree with it now. Also funny that people were saying that slash damage got nerfed because it doesn't have a positive matchup against health. Slash procs never dealt slash damage, they deal true damage, so it doesn't actually matter. The cold MOAs? The cold MOAs are just annoying. I'll be honest with you, that's their issue. Anyhow, let's go kill him and mint it. Yeah, like I said, I've been streaming for almost 2 hours and I haven't played the event once. My bad. We've been too busy talking about things, I guess.
Hell yeah, honestly.
Didn't know until now. But yeah, that's why the swap was made according to the patch notes. And like I said, I can see that. I still think that enemies should have Can you play Subway Surfer game on screen?
Actually, wait, babe, no. Fucking play Flappy Zephyr while you're talking.
I would probably kill myself. 800
Valid.
tick damage for 10 seconds. Yeah, especially because... Okay, funny story. You guys know the Fortuna opening quest? I played it on I made a new account for, basically, I made a new account so that I could use it as a host dummy to play on old Fortuna. That's the reason it exists. But I had to beat the Box Solaris quest, and this was pre-nerf. They recently nerfed the quest so that it's not as hard. But the main thing that makes that quest so fucking insanely challenging for new players for how early it was A, there are several enemies that knock you down, and B, one of them, the pouncing MOAs, electric proc you for 6 fucking seconds. So, the electric procs...
this pounces on you, taser noises.
Yeah, the electric procs genuinely just made new players just watch themselves die because they would take too much damage. So when I was doing that, I had to find a solution to that problem, and I came up with this really stupid idea where, because I knew electric procs procced every second, every time it was about to proc, I would roll because you have 75% damage reduction while you're rolling, and that allowed me to survive them. It actually worked. I beat the quest when that account was like an hour old. So, that's a strategy, I guess? With how hectic things are at higher level, that shit's not gonna work, you're just gonna die. But that is a thing that you can do, and that's what got me through that quest on that, like, young of an account. It was that and the Strun. Because the Strun is an incredibly good early game weapon. It's hampered by its bad range, high spread, and reload speed being bad, but it deals a fuck ton of damage for being that early of a weapon. It's very, very good. I recommend every new player I've ever introduced to this game buy the Strun. it's incredibly powerful for an early game weapon. There are, like, I think others are a lot of it's like playstyle. Like, oh yeah, you can have the Lex for like the high damage, almost like sniper pistol kind of weapon. The Sicarus is a burst pistol. The Furus is an auto pistol. The Strun is the shotgun, but it's also just an incredibly good gun for that early in the game. So I pretty much, it's like, yeah, playstyle differences. Buy the fucking Strun. It's going to help you a lot. The Heck first. The important thing about the Strun is that it's for credits. You can buy the Strun for credits. And that's why I recommend it to people. You can get it immediately. If you look here, Strun and Mark 1 Strun are both credit weapons.
Why would you buy the Mark 1 then?
There are some minor differences. This one deals more damage, like the regular one, but the Mark 1 has slightly higher status chance. The Mark 1 only exists because mastery, so they can't get rid of it. The Strun is better than the Mark 1 Strun, but
I should get a Mark 1 Strun in common then.
I mean, you could do that. It's funny because Sab did a video where it was like, my Mark 1 Strun is this good on Steel Path, you're just bad. I'm like, to be fair, Sab, you did put an Incarnate adapter on. That is kind of cheating, if you want my honest opinion. If you could put an Arcane adapter on fucking anything, and it would be good if it has one. But
Mark 1 Bratton? Question mark?
It can work. It is kind of a Riven requirement, though, if you want my honest opinion. Strun also has lower MR requirements. That's also true. I think that's true, at least. What is the MR of the Heck? Can I see that if I look at it? I can. It's MR4. So yeah, that's correct. Cyber exists, so that's not true. You can still use Cyber for the meme setup on Atlas with using it to give yourself the infinite 50% status chance. But that doesn't fucking matter. Cyber is kind of an outlier, I'll say that much. It is pretty weak for an Incarnate. Google showmedickandnuts.com. Google, show me this guy's balls. Oh, whoa, Nilly. Oh, for fuck's sake. I have an active sale. Right, it's the Arca set, right? Domestic drones are on sale for 20% off. The bundle isn't, though. Everyone was telling me to get the Heck when I was stuck because it was MR4. Grim.
Babe, you gotta tell Nick. And
You know what some bullshit is? You can't buy the new Grenier domestic drones. They added new domestic drones to certain tile sets. Domestic drone, yeah, Satisfactory, what a steal. It's 20% off. That's basically if you buy 5, you get 1 free. Logging in right now. What a steal, what a deal. Stop laughing and
People
take
keep
it.
wondering how the Corpus Christi getting bankrolled. This is why.
Yeah, we're giving them money for their drones. I think I actually have one. Yeah, I don't have the new Ureli Deluxe one. That's the only one I'm currently missing. I have pretty much all the others. I just don't really like this skin, honestly. Like, I know, controversial opinion, probably. I don't really like it that much. Is the point of the sale? It's literally just the Arca collection and the domestic drone. I don't know why they chose this, but... Let's go shopping. You guys, actually, hold on. How many of these do I have? You guys know what we could do? You guys know what we could do? You guys want to go gambling?
Ayo?
You guys want to go gambling real quick? Hit up my boy Lloyd. He's my, my gambler. Sorry, my gambler.
Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you were fucking gonna buy more drones and get shiny drones or something. It's like, huh?
We're gonna go here. I have to be right back. You guys can just stare at all the funny fashion in here. Give me like a minute. I'll be back in a minute. All right, everyone, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's hot as hell in here, and I did some investigating. For some reason, our air conditioner was off. It's been like 90 degrees here lately, so I don't know why it was turned off. Anyhow, though, so I should probably put like a BRB on screen when I get.
Someone's just been petting the flopper this entire time. Aggressively, it looks like. Apparently.
Let's go gambling, everyone. Let's go gambling.
Hey, Swanati's back.
Oh, hi, Swan. What can I sell off? These are so easy to obtain. I'm fine with selling off the new arcanes. If I wanted to, I don't even think it'll be worth shit if I try to max and sell them, honestly. They're all so easy to obtain. That's a decent amount. That's a decent amount. Sell off energize? Oh, hell no. Check.
True, Evelyn. True.
These are all good. If you bet on every number on the roulette, you win every time. Exactly. Okay. All right.
I should try that Stratton Tower.
Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Okay, we got one good arcane. We got a barrier. I just dissolved these. They're not worth that much for how hard they are to get. So we'll say that's a decent. That's a decent. We got an Aegis. That's a decent. We got an Aegis and a Strike. I would say that's actually a good. We got a Velocity, too. Aw, dang it. Arachne's actually very good. It just doesn't sell for much because people don't know that it's good. So I usually dissolve them. Same with, like I said, barriers. This arcane's so niche, nobody buys it. So I just get rid of them. Like, it's a legendary. I swear it's also weighted to be the most common legendary in this fucking pack. Because I get it way more often than the other two, which are the good ones. But Phantasm can go. It's only nichely useful for, like, memeing. We'll call that haul okay. If I sell these off, I'll get one more, or two more packs. Alright, let's go gambling. Round 2. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Those were both just bad, I'll be honest. Can I fit? Oh, I think I can actually I can swing exactly one more. I have enough for exactly one more. Oh wait, no, I have a pulse up here. Okay, I can use that then. I also didn't sell my resistances off earlier. Okay, we got enough for one more. We got enough for one more, everyone. This is the comeback. This is the time. 90% of gamblers quit before they get energized for real this time. Aw, dang it.
Aw, dang it.
I guess I was wrong. We didn't get energized this time. What the fuck is this auto summon? What does it say right now? I can't actually see it. Aw, dang it. Also, welcome, Shiro. That's my uncommon arcanes. Honestly, that's actually worth it, in my opinion. Some of them are very nichely useful. Especially, Arcane Arachne is very good because it's a multiplicative damage buff and it applies to several abilities. Most notably, Stein Axis 4 and Vauban's turrets on his 2. Instead, chat was talking about gambling and how shit that Ureli skin is. I said I wasn't personally a big fan of the Ureli skin like 5 minutes ago. The fuck? I think my dog wandered out of here when I left to check the thermostat. Bye, Molly. I hope she's doing okay out in the wide world out there. It's a dangerous, world, the living room and kitchen that she now has access to. When my dog was younger, she was a menace. She would push over the trash can and shit, but she's so old, she just doesn't have it in her anymore. She's like, nah, I don't give a fuck anymore. Hi, Bird. Did I ever buy your thing? I did.
What do you think?
Alright, Bird. What should we buy from Bird's shop? That's right, nothing. I'm poor. Ureli is shit, period. I completely disagree, but you're entitled to your opinion. It's 3 AM. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Yeah, me neither. It's 2:30 here. How is your amp? I'm glad someone asked. I think it's doing good.
It's 2:30. And no time zone.
Huh?
They said it's 3 AM right now. It's a 30 right now. It can't be 3 AM.
It's called rounding. I'm pretty sure Shiro is an hour ahead and just rounded down. What are your thoughts on Nitro? Hold on. I'm gonna post my thoughts on Nitro in chat real quick. Alright, check it. Oh god, you can't search in the emojis. I just have to do this all manually. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna do this. I think I just crashed my Discord. No, I didn't. Okay, thank god.
What chat you posting, son?
I'm posting this in the stream chat itself. There we go. This is my opinion on Nitro.
What the fuck is stream chat at?
At 3 a.m. with 150 people. I don't know how this stuff happens. It just kind of does. He's hiding a secret behind this arcane pack. That's actually a good video. I left a comment on it, and the guy actually replied saying he was a fan of my work, and that was like I think he said that was an inspiration, which was cool. Because I love topics like that, where it's just like a weird thing. Dog, good, hard. Dog? Dog? Are you calling Cuck a dog? Look at him. Look, he's a... Hold on. Which mirror defense arcanes do you need? I think I still have to get, Double Back and Kinship. Kinship is actually nichely useful. Double Back just sucks. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Double Back is bad. But, because each individual damage reduction is tied... It's not like how you would think, where any of the 3 movement abilities each, can add a stack. Each movement ability can only contribute 1 stack each, which is really stupid. Hold on, let me grab this. You want to tell me that's a dog? Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. Look at the dog? Look at him. Look at him. He's not a pit bull. I mean, I would maul a child if... Never mind. Look at this thing. Look at the ears. Does a dog have ears like this? Does a dog have ears like this? Look at that. What kind of dog looks like that? What kind of dog looks like this? Look at the ears. Look at look at his menacing stare. You think a dog would look at a person like this? Look at him. What do you mean would? Don't fucking say that about Cuck. All right, we're hiding him. We're hiding him.
Dog looks at me like that.
You guys want to see another? We have this image. This is another good one. This looks like a dog to you. What else is in my my shit? Oh, we have the one from the last stream. It's gooning.png. I fucking love this. I didn't even ask Rose to make this. She just chose to. We also have this one. This is another good one. I've used this in a few videos. I very much like this one. We have... Hold on, there's one particular one I'm thinking. Yeah, we have this one. This is another good one.
Yes, he is a very good kitty, random guy who plays games.
We have the Scrungly. He's very low resolution, don't mind that. Rose just drew this on a whim as well. Where is... Yeah, this one. This is another good one.
Scrungly, I love him.
Embrace cool kid reaction emojis. We have this one. Yeah, I have quite a few of these. Rose drew on whim. Yeah, some of... I know what you mean when you're saying whim there is like a joke, but quite a few of these, like, Rosie just drew because she thought it'd be funny. We also have, this one, but that's besides the point. I'm not gay, my boyfriend is. Anyways, I think that's pretty much all the shitpost ones. Oh no, we have this one. This one's very important. Cool kid, huh? That's my most used sticker on Discord, by far. I think that's all of them. Well, we have the full version of this month's profile picture. You guys can look at it for just a few seconds. Yep. Okay, and it's gone. Oh, we have... This is one that not Rosie drew this. Hallowed Wisp drew this one. I fucking love this image, though. Hallowed Wisp drew this. Shout out to them. There's someone on the Discord. Oh, there's also Blue Kid 369. I forgot about this one. When I started thinking of making blue Sonas, I didn't start it. I guess I massively contributed to it by doing this.
Lona.
Okay. We can go back to the actual game instead of this. What time is it? 2:35. I might get like a couple of the event runs in. What are the current operation missions? If my cursor would appear. Okay. We have a exterminate, defection, and capture. Well, 2 of those are good. Here, we'll rope Nitro into this. Why not? We'll play Jade as well. I know I talked about her like an hour ago at this point, but back to gambling then. This is Warframe. In some form, you're always gambling. I have an idea now. It's always alarming when a chat member of mine uses their brain cells. Still have my blue stone on the documents folder. Yeah. Is that a central timer? Yes, I am central time. I mentioned before that I live in Iowa, so I finally traded my brutally cold winter this year for a brutally hot summer, so I kind of just got fucked over in a different way. Normally the winters here, like, the winters here are dangerously cold. This year it wasn't that bad. In exchange, I'm fucking dying.
Yeah.
Oh, so thanks for stopping by, Ethel. And shame I didn't get to see you playing the game. That's true.
Operator,
an Iowan, unfortunately. Sir? Thank you, sir. Why the why are you taking so long, Hans?
I was not prepared. I need to take off one of these mods, put on Stormbringer again. No, that is just put shit back to cold.
Going faster.
I'm
honestly
trying,
with the rep shop, like with the shop system, I think it's fine. There's a bit of RNG because for some reason the currency varies slightly, but in general, I think that it's fine. Also, if I missed which relic pack is the most commonly used ones in Deimos and Atomica, I don't entirely know what you mean by that. Relic, is it in like prime parts, or do you mean like the arcane packs? I'm a little confused by the question. Actually turning into gas. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but here in Fahrenheit, it's been in the mid 90s recently. Arcanes.
If you continue any further, I will be forced to.
Oh well, it didn't fucking matter the amount.
I didn't even notice that this was an Arcwing mission.
Distraction. This mission is over.
Lotus, what the fuck? Are you lying, bitch? What? We got 3 people pulling up on the 3-way phone call here.
The canvas of war.
Ordis, and then Lotus said the mission was over, and then Teshin pulled up, and now Lotus is back. What's happening? I was gonna say, swear to God, if another motherfucker starts talking. 134 Fahrenheit? Jesus Christ. Use on a melee nuke killer bow. I did talk about that earlier. When it comes to the arcane packs, the most popular one's probably the Eidolon pack, because you can get several good arcanes, but there's also a ton of filler in it. I would not personally recommend any of the ones that you can buy things from. So like the Zeramin arcanes, for example, because you can buy them from a shop. I don't personally recommend them. The Duviri one is okay. Several of them are pretty valuable, but you can grind them as well with the side portals and stuff like that. The Sanctum one for the melee arcanes is good purely because it can give you the legendaries, but I still wouldn't like recommend it that much. If you really need the legendary arcanes, then sure, you know, you can open the Deimos melee ones, but the one with like the Theorem arcanes and stuff, none of them are that good. I've got like weird niche builds.
Video incoming about that team.
So yeah, that's something you can kind of ignore. Operator arcane bundles you could ignore, kick gun arcane bundles you can ignore. You can buy all those ones, so there's no real reason to go for the RNG. In my opinion, the main ones that you should go for are the Eidolon pack or the Duviri pack. Those are the 2 good ones. The Eidolon pack has a lot of filler, but a lot of good arcanes in it too, like, you know, Aegis, Avenger, Arachne I think is good, even though it sells like shit because people don't know it's good. Guardian, Energize, and Grace, but you never get those because I swear to God the system is weighted.
Arcane Destiny 2.
So things like that. Or did you did not? I didn't talk about it on Kalervo, but I talked about it consuming the stacks. Yeah, I think the Kalervo interaction is kind of. I didn't talk about that specifically, but should be somewhat obvious, considering that he is a heavy attack character. So like I said, I brought up specifically the interaction with the consuming the status effects. It's good on Kalervo. Any heavy attack weapon's good on Kalervo. Are you shitting me? He has a fucking flat melee crit chance increase that starts at 200%.
Ah.
is huge in the Eidolon pack, 400 platinum. Yeah, there are some that where it's like they're worth hanging on to sell. The problem is it'll take you a while. I've finally gotten enough strikes to sell them off after all this time. The RNG is kind of a bitch with how many arcanes are in that pack. I'll keep it 100 with you on that. It's pretty bad sometimes, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'd say the Juviri ones are like less so because they're easier to grind. Enemy's very dead. I think that Violet Shards are kind of overkill on Colorville, but that absolutely works. Just do Eidolons. Here's the thing about that. Eidolons are a time-limited activity because of night cycles, which is part of why I would say that the Eidolon packs are the most worth it purely on the grounds that you're not... Like, all the other ones you can grind pretty much at any time, minus, like, the legendary arcanes for melees. But, like, the Juviri ones are nice because a lot of those arcanes do sell well, but at the same time, you can technically grind them whenever you want. But Eidolons are a time-limited activity. So, because of the fact that they're a time-limited activity, I think that they're more worth it because you can't do them constantly. There is also the fact that you have to optimize your setup for them, and they require, like, particular planning and things like that. So I think it's a much more accessible way to approach it, and you're not limited by the time, which are just valuable. You can go and do Orphix, it's not time limited. My argument for that is I'm pretty sure it's only C rotation drops, which is pretty bad in terms of just, like, timing. On top of that, there's currently a bug where Aeroliths will crash your game, but if you are the host, it does not affect you. So if you're solo, you're fine. Issue with that is Orphix scales really fucking hard. Like, way more than it did in the event. So it's a lot harder than it used to be. I don't actually know. Can Orphix drop the legendaries? Let me double check real quick. Let me pull up the mission drop tables. Yeah, so I believe it is a, yeah, so... Rotation C gives you arcanes, and it's not even all of them. They can give you Consequence, Ice, Momentum, Nullifier, Tempo, Warmth, Acceleration, Resistance, Strike, Victory, Aegis, Precision, and Pulse. So from what I'm seeing here, it can't even give you all of them. The Arcane packs can yield, and that's only on C rotation. So that's something to consider. Back to Eidolon packs. That's also something, yeah, is that during the operation right now, you can buy the Eidolon Arcanes. So, also, I'm not turning off spoiler mode because then it can show part of my email. And hiding spoilers is still fine. But Orphix, like, you can get some of them, but it's slow. And you can't get a lot of the good ones. Like, Avenger's not in that pool, for example. So, that's just something to consider. Buyable melee arcane adapters, yeah. Especially, you probably have already said this. I don't know if you said it in your original message about, let me scroll up for a second. Yeah, Afflictions in particular is very, very good on Harmony, because the Force Stagger will always activate, even if they can resist it. No SP Railjack, that's also true. SP doesn't boost rotation reward, so that doesn't actually matter for that. But with the Dawn Aught account, it's not a YouTube account. Not want to do Orphix on Veil? I mean, fair enough. We go in Nitro?
I keep forgetting the fact that they took off the fucking flashing thing whenever the mission starts. I was just looking at someone who fucking Excalibur Prime in the 1999 missions.
Oh yeah, there's if you get out of the Sab did a video on it, if you get out of the map on a particular spot on like Deimos tiles, that you can actually make it back to the 1999 area.
Oh. It's bad boy.
It will when they add it, trust me.
Each enemy is more powerful than
I would like to see a lot of more, like Steel Path Railjack would be fun. I am of the somewhat controversial opinion that we should have Steel Path arbitrations as well.
Right. You don't have Steel Path Railjack?
Huh?
You don't have Steel Path Railjack?
No.
What the fuck?
I really would like for us to get that. Steel Path Arbitrations. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that I think could be added to the Steel Path, but...
Oh, yeah, Steel Path Railjack, no limit on how many fucking hazards you have on the shields.
What's a good use for the resource drop chance booster? Frankly, just any resource you need, honestly.
Oxium, I think, as well, is one that always fucking fucks us over.
Oxium's a guaranteed drop, so I don't think it affects it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy
What the fuck is the other one that I suffer through a lot?
Plastids are one that you need a shit ton of.
Plastids, yes, Plastids. Cryotic, obviously.
Cryotic is also a guaranteed drop. It's not affected by that. It's affected by the regular resource boosters, yes. Drop chance boosters, no.
Right, drop chance. I thought you meant, yeah, okay, drop chance.
Yeah, so basically any farmable resource you might need more of. If you ever get a mod drop chance booster, Void Cascade is very good for that because it also increases arcane drop chances. So Steel Path Void Cascade, while challenging, especially by yourself, is very rewarding. If you can catch that shit as a fisher, especially, it is incredibly rewarding. Please don't add Steel Path. I don't think Steel Path Railjack would hurt the experience. I also enjoy Railjack quite a bit. The main problem is that it's not really balanced around Steel Path.
Well, wow, yeah.
Still work on Endo? I'm not sure. I think it does.
So you conquer yourself.
Rathum is back on the menu, baby.
Quest would be cool. You could have like legendary campaigns like from Destiny. I see this crispy jade build. It's weird. I'll warn you up front, it's weird. I'm deliberately not playing her as a nuke character because I don't think that's fun. Better corrupted gunners for weapon testing. They are good for that, I'll say that much. My crispy jade build. This is weird. Like I said, I'm just going to warn you up front. It's very high strength, decent range, and then okay everything else. Corrosive projection is just nice for shaving off like a second from the 3. Because it's useful for that purpose specifically. But otherwise, you could honestly totally throw, where is it? Aerodynamic in there. I know there's a lot of strats with, like, super high range and then, like, blast and, like, orange shards and stuff like that. I like alternating, like, I like having distinct roles between the two firing modes where it's, like, middle click is, like, for chaff enemies and the primary fire is better for, like, you know, bigger targets. So I use it for that. I also have no base damage on here. Also, yeah, I do know that should be available at a way earlier standing requirement with the Cavia. Yeah, they're also way too expensive. 50k is more than you can earn in a day at max fucking mastery. 50k is way too expensive. They should be like 30, 25, not 50. They are way too hard to get compared to the other arcane adapter types. Strength Loki build. That's useful for mind control, but after Archititron got nerfed, or Titron, whatever you want to say, it got obliterated. Also, yeah, Cascadia gives 300% crit chance. Outburst is very good on it. I'm not using those things personally because I like using Kantare as its own weapon. But especially because of Jade's overshield generation. I forgot to mention this when I talked about it earlier. I don't normally use Spirit of Resilience. If you are using it, you can take advantage of the crit chance bonus, though. Most of that for me is coming from my cat. The cat is my crit chance supplement for this. And it works well enough, right? I have no qualms about its effectiveness. And I still kill things, like, quick enough. But yeah, Overcharge, Outburst, so those ones are very effective for, I mean, hell, anyone, honestly. If you have, like, Pillage on Mesa or something, Overcharge is good for her, too.
Not everyone.
I think that's called Overcharge, but I should say everyone that has a secondary Exalted with decent crit chance. Did that in 4 Orange Tau on her, yeah. My Jade is more split. I don't have, like, I'm using Strength because I want better stats for her other abilities. And I also have, like, a cast speed and an energy orb effectiveness. Yes, on top of Energize, because I do feel like I go through energy that fast. Thoughts on Steve Sinclair's bald head? Bud? He's normally wearing a hat, so I'll say no opinion. He's hiding it for a reason. I feel that, honestly. You know, like I said, I try to, like, mix up, like, what I'm using on Jade. I don't like to play just, like, a straight-up nuker. Only run Energize. I don't use your alt fire much. Yeah, if you're spamming the alt fire, that's what kills your energy the most, honestly.
They fixed the fucking Jade Light extreme DOT or like extreme damage pucks yet?
Yeah, it used to be the second hit immediately capped out its damage ramp, but that's been fixed. It will still
have the damage ramp, but it doesn't immediately max it out, I guess. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure every tick doubles its damage. So you'll still die pretty quickly if you're under it for long, but it won't be like if it glances you, you're immediately dead.
I think every second it's out, it gets better, or do they change that?
It's every time it touches you, its damage goes up.
Yeah, because I remember it being less like you'll just be low. Oh, that's the other. I don't need to worry about that yet. Like 5 seconds later, you forget about it, and then 10 seconds later, it just taps you in one shot. It's just like,
so yeah, a lot of it's funny. Like Jade, a lot of support frames are honestly good for DPS. Dante's character, who's kind of support, has support elements, but is still also insanely good for nuking and shit. That's just the modern design of Warframe. I kind of hate it, to be honest, but it is what it is. I didn't know that the Volk lock didn't work with that mod because it was technically the wrong trigger type. That's kind of lame. I'm gonna start editing a quick video of my stream today. Alright, see ya, Shiro. Take the inspiration when it hits because you'll miss that shit when it's gone. I want to start working on my next video. For those who have seen it, it's going to be Weird Status Effects' Weird Status Effects Part 2 is going to probably be the next video. Either that or I might do a Summoner Caliban video first. Just getting his grubby hands everywhere. Yeah, Parvos has had a massively expanded role in the story lately.
Honestly, I dig it.
Because he's in the missions with Drussus, the disruptions, and now he's here, which is interesting, especially because I think this is kind of a subtle lore thing. So these missions, for those who aren't familiar, kind of expand on the lore of also Exalted Weapon video's not been. I'm just kind of reorganizing how I want to do it. But
plus, we keep adding new Exalted Weapons, so, you know, it keeps getting pushed back.
So, this mission type brings up lore for Ordis. If anyone's actually heard it, is the story of Orden Karis from the Cephalon Fragments, which, for those who don't know, Ordis was like an assassin who tried to kill the Orokin at a ceremony to celebrate his effectiveness, and they glassed him as punishment. This references that lore and that he has some prior connection to Graham, which is pretty obvious, I guess, if you've played it, right? Because he...
Hey, the Bacons.
Huh?
Bacon?
What do you mean, bacon?
Beacons.
Oh, I know, I'm looking for them. Where's the Worm Queen? She came back briefly in Varuna debate. He's been gone since, which is there's a great story thread there, because the reason she needs Kuva is to revive the Elder Queen. Like, there's a great potential for a quest there, if you ask me. But is it in the funny spot? It's not. I'm trying to listen. It's kind of hard to hear these. But the thing that I find interesting, there is a line from Parvos where he talks about giving Ordis a body and says, "Consider my offer." And Ordis's, like, glitchy voice says Ordis is interested. And it makes me wonder, like, has the glitchy part of Ordis's personality actually been Orden Karis the entire time? Because, like, if so, that's kind of fucking cool. I have no real evidence for this other than him responding in that way. But I still think it's, like, an interesting idea. Like, what if his glitchy alter ego was actually Orden Karis, like, bleeding through?
Gone.
I thought that was always the case. It's never been explicitly stated, but I think it's an interesting idea. Because I feel like there are kind of two interpretations, because it could always just be that, you know, it's just Ordis is, like, actual feelings on the situation, and that he was using, like, politeness to cover it up. But also, thank you, it's really hard to hear these for me right now when I'm talking so much. But I think, like, that was my initial impression, was just like, oh, this is just what Ordis is really thinking. But I think that the idea that it's actually Orden Karis bleeding through is a cool idea, and this doesn't confirm it, but makes that seem a lot more likely, which I appreciate, because I think it's a cool story idea.
I mean, Orden Karis could be what he exactly thinking as well, so it could be both in that.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
What he's really thinking is what Orden is what Orden thinks, I guess, as well.
I mean, maybe, but where he fakes the glitchy voice. I don't know if I've actually ever noticed that. Or his old personality. I don't personally think it's obvious. I kind of always saw it like failsafe from Destiny 2, where her alter ego is just her without her like socialization filter. That was my interpretation of it. But I think this makes it more
They
clear.
got big fucking were just fucking over there, it seems.
They can have fun with that. He's a flesh and blood human man. Actually, there's a really interesting line. If you donate Drusus enough money, he'll say, with this I could buy a new, and then he cuts himself off. But it's kind of implied he was going to say body, which I think is really interesting. Oh, I did not heal myself fast enough.
Mood. Excalibur,
I'm just going to try and... Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well,
I'm probably going to die because I wasted so much time standing next to you.
I'll do it then, don't worry.
Totally going to die. Barely. Time to recharge the elevator.
I mean, we're actually there, but...
I mean, yeah, I know someone said that in chat, which, like, yeah. Get big, claw back up with my gaze. Oh, did we get a fire one again? Oh, I fucking hate these things.
I'll get her.
They can cast Warding Halo, which gives them damage reduction, and it's so annoying.
Thankfully, I have some ability now, so I can actually take him.
Is there a line of course that he can give Ordis a body again in order to use what Ordis is interested? It makes me wonder why can any Cephalon turn back into a human? I think it's not turn them back into a human so much as like give them like a robotic body, but it could honestly be that there's some way to turn them back into humans. I could do void visions more often, but I won't out of spite. Fair enough. I don't like doing them purely because I feel like if I'm not playing with other people, I objectively have a worse chance of getting something good, and I don't like playing with random groups. So I generally just don't, but that's just a thing. I'm well aware of that. They're not honestly bad content in terms of like to take you around the map and give you a lot of different game modes to do, even though there are some that are objectively better than others, which kind of sucks.
But more quests, sir?
No, for Void Fishers.
Right.
You can enter him. I don't like the oomph at the end there, but you know, whatever you say, Alpha. Anyways. Because I feel like it's an interesting idea that maybe certain Cephalons are trying to get a body, like a robotic body for them to use. It's interesting, though. I'll use Limbo so you can banish the cargo at the end. I've never really bothered with that, but I feel like Limbo is annoying enough in a group setting I'm probably not going to. Thanks, though. I haven't bothered actually trying to do that. Enough to keep you flying indefinitely. I have one energy orb shard on as well, and it's working fine. You can definitely use Equilibrium if you want to, though. Or like a purple, you know, purple shards or something, I guess. But I'm not using them, and it, for the most part, works, even in lower Eximus density. It's more like a tiny Sentinel body. Where do you get it? I feel like it's one of those just new, in-between Duviri and New War things that never gets explained. Like the time jump to the Drifter getting to us and like finding out who the Lotus is and our ship and Ordis and all that shit has just not been addressed.
Yeah.
Ever for some reason. So there's still a massive gap in time that's never been elaborated on. Also, check your sir. I did a funny. In what chat? I gotta hold on. I'm actually gonna block some conditions real quick. Cephalon that's shattered its prison, holding back the corrupted in a secret lake. That could be an interesting idea. Stuff you've made. I return. Welcome back, Rosie. Hold on. I'm gonna just go ghost for a second while I look at this.
We were just talking about you and your, you know, your dog pics you made. Cool.
Oh god. Okay, that actually is a banger. Lexar, that is a banger.
Oh, I'll look in a second.
And the other relics for Bruce and optics. Grim. Yeah, relics are also just, you know, a slot machine. I couldn't blow that up with my
The collector has taken serious damage. He's going to have to start the process over again.
Just toss this in there. Blow them up. Support frame. XD.
When you said blow him up, I got like fucking like full self staggered, so I was just like, bro, I can't understand.
The underground Mars and come the boats. I actually felt like when it came to open worlds that were more conventional, I thought of like, what if there was like one on Mars that was basically like Mad Max with like a big desert and you had like customizable like vehicles you could build. But I think at this point, VE has kind of made it clear that they're moving away from that formula. I blame Trib's video for it, honestly.
Oh,
but
the album world?
by the time Deimos came out, Trib did a video basically saying that they all felt the same. I don't personally agree, but I think that kind of sentiment at the time of Deimos' release was very strong in the community, and so they're doing stuff like Duviri and presumably 1999, actually, that sort of stray away from that. Which I think is unfortunate. I would like more open worlds with like a twist, kind of like the isolation vaults for Deimos and the Eidolons for the planes and stuff, but I don't think we're going to get any more at this point, honestly.
If we don't, I mean, I'll be happy because we have one for all the major factions currently, but like, yeah.
The thing is, especially with like, for example,
well, except for, you know, the
corrupted,
no
the corrupted don't have one. Like that guy's idea involved the corrupted. The corrupted don't have one. You could, in theory, add one for Narmer / the Sentients post New War too.
I'm gonna be honest, but they ain't touching Narmer again. Ah! I'm sorry.
Yep. They'll get back to it in like 2 years or something, probably. How open world we speculated about? That was actually a theory, yeah. Uranus open world. I really wish we would get Railjack on Uranus, but you're a submarine. Barotrauma type shit, please.
We could just on our computer play Barotrauma, babe. We don't have to make it work right.
I think the Warframe Barotrauma would go hard. I'm just saying.
I mean, it won't be the yeah.
Not in front of the chat, Nitro.
Oh, so I didn't see him there.
Yeah, no shit. You. Sorry.
Oh my god. Baby, you look at this.
Hold on. I'm grabbing the beacons. I'll be back down in a second. And a new quest for the new war? Yeah, New War Round 2.
Baby, you see
oh, okay, this spot for Sister Beacons is so AIDS. Look
Damn
at this, it
stop.
spawns in this pipe. I hate this one. I really hate this
pipe?
one.
Yeah. Also, I clipped it because he stopped doing it just as, you know, you were getting done, of course, so, you know.
They just pirate No Man's Sky code? Real and true. Use Railjack to leave open world straight to space. Yeah, I feel like that was just a demo thing that's never happening. I hate to say it, because it was really cool in the Fortuna reveal, but I don't...
both in, babe.
I did. Apparently they only add 10 seconds if you stack them, which is lame. Normally
it's supposed to stack the speed, though, if you patch on set.
It doesn't stack the speed, just the duration.
Oh. Damn. That sucks, honestly.
Yeah. Inside the buildings. Yeah, it's really 8 if they're in a side room or something, because you can't, like, just look up and see them in the hallway. Me or Parvos thing I can take his old ass? I think Parvos would rock your shit because he has a solid metal hand. Like, think about that. He might be an old motherfucker. Like
Venom Snake or fucking what's it, Ride or some shit.
All I'm saying is if he gets his grip on your nuts, it's over. Yeah, it's fucking over.
It's forklift, it's over. It's
in a fight. I'm assuming in a fight.
They call me the fighter.
The fighter. I dodge. Nah, I dodge. Okay, fucking For Honor player head ass. Just dodge. Hit me with that shit. What the fuck?
Two lights of backing towards your location.
If you get the grip on your nuts, what? Parvos. If you're fighting Parvos and his golden hand grabs your nuts, it's over. He'll just crush them. It's like when you crush a hive ghost in Destiny 2. Yeah. He does that to your fucking balls. Bro is not Elden Lord. Parvos, I am inevitable.
For a second there, I fucking plays that, so I just fucking come back into, you know, reality or some shit.
Hey,
like,
look, there's the line.
Fucking, yeah.
I was talking over it, but there's the line I was talking about where it cuts in and says interested when Parvos offers Ordis an opportunity to go back to his old self.
And he doesn't even say fuck him, he just says like, I'm busy, bro, I'm trying to do my job, shut up.
Sorry, I'm having a moment. Another interesting thing that I find, it's just like old lore, but there is a thing where Parvos says that like the Corpus tagline, or that, oh god damn it, my fucking Jade died. Parvos has a line where he says that the Corpus tagline is that none shall be slaves, and like they use simple robotics instead of cloned labor. Here's the funny thing about that. If this lore is still canon, is up for debate, that's not true. And the reason for that, other than, like, debt slavery, right? Even though that's Neff's project, not really Parvos's. But, old lore that you can only know from reading Corpus computers by translating text. I'm not joking. The Corpus robotics are actually networked in something called the B-Cloud hive mind. So,
oh my god, Neomuno reference?
The thing is, certain parts of this hive mind are actually aware and occasionally act out. Darbo has a line, I believe, in Vor's Prize about the Ascaris negator, saying it's similar to what they use to keep their proxies in line. And there are occasional tactical alerts called Proxy Rebellion, where the proxy's like a subset of the cloud splits off and rebels. What the? Oh, I got insta-killed by an electric rock, I think. You killed the Xmas I was going to use to self-res. Okay, I'm just going to revive you and hope you can revive me in time.
He's right there, baby. To your right.
I'm trying to save you. Okay, I killed him fast enough, thank God. Occasional. Well, we haven't had a proxy rebellion in several years, but, you know.
And I'm guessing that the slavery, today's subject slavery thing isn't was meant for his corpus, not the New Day corpus, which would probably make fucking sense if it's Nephron.
The corpus guilds are very old lore. I don't know why you're such a Parvos defender. He's still a pretty fucking bad person.
I mean, yes, out of all the major villains, I think he's the least.
He wants to wield the Jade Light to assassinate his market opponents. Like, he's not exactly a great god. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he primarily wants to use it to kill the Grenier, but he certainly has the line, the free...
we want to kill the Grenier.
He still has the line, the free market made freer one smoldering ash of Jade Light at a time. So he probably also wants to kill Glast, but
he's probably like a fucking free market libertarian, and that's based.
Eat proc killing. Free market, he's trying to kill people! Free market head ass! He's trying to assassinate its competitors. It's like, oh yes,
never heard of a mercenary group.
The free market, Coca-Cola Death Squad type shit.
I mean, free market doesn't mean you're free to do whatever you do. You need to make the market.
That's not how it works. Parvos is based libertarian void demon, free from the mortal realm. The Parvos is, even if he has some like code or morals, he's still not a great guy.
I mean, I'm not saying he is, but like...
No, you sound like a Parvos defender to me here, that's all I'm saying. The market is free, his competitors aren't? That's true.
Okay, that goes hard. Nitro.
Stinky Corpus, you can tell the Corpus board and then himself. Technically, according to the lore from the Deadlock Protocol, Parvos' return should mean that he automatically assumes control of the board. I wouldn't be surprised if there are like subsets of the Corpus, like Alids, Amalgams, and stuff that are still loyal to their individual contractors. Also, yeah, Ordis does tell him to get therapy, which is kind of funny. The golden hand at the free market will crush your balls. He's a billionaire.
That's another measure.
Okay.
I don't care. Boy, she's dead.
I fucking hate the fact they get. You can literally from like fucking 3 seconds if they don't have warding Halo, but if they do, it takes 10 seconds, which is 10 seconds too long. They should be insta-killed. Especially Jade kind of struggles with damage attenuation. Not that much. Not like Dante.
Attenuation on this fucking build is not great because it was not meant for this.
But he defends
like
old
10
ass.
seconds, which is awful.
Nitro likes to play devil's advocate, even if sometimes he shouldn't. Let's put it that way. Like, does Parvos have more morals than most of the enemies? Yes. He's also still a shit person. No, Nitro, your Parvos talk sucking goes way deeper than just saying that, but I'll save that for another time. Alad B also is the kind of person who, like, he's helped us, but always for an ulterior reason. So he doesn't necessarily have morals, but he is willing to cross the aisle if it gives him something.
Now, bring the Volatilotes to me.
Even song. I have never gotten a Jade chassis from this mission. I just bought it because I have all the Arcanes maxed, but... who goes to Ballast to build him shit, knowing full well what that means. Several characters in lore did go to Ballast for things, actually. Is Overguard bad for a Warframe? If you mean, like, my Overguard video... My personal opinion is, I think Overguard is actually a mechanic that makes sense to exist, so you can't stun lock enemies that you're supposed to have to fight. Its implementation is just very restrictive. That's kind of the crux of my argument from that video. After buying, I got 2 of them. It do be like that sometimes. It's an interception.
Fucking took ours. Get him, boy.
Yeah, so we're not doing the interception alert because I fucking hate those on Steel Path.
Ah, right, yeah.
Are gold covered? Probably not. Like I said, because like when it comes to something like the amalgams are Alid's project. The Solaris are Nef's project. So I doubt that Granum has any responsibility for those. But considering the fact that the Corpus still kind of is ultimately built on the idea of debt slavery, not just for Solaris, but even for like common workers. Then again, worshipping money was never profit or like the goal of Granum. It was warped into that, but he also still has the idea of like if you desire something enough, you can make it true, which is a pretty cutthroat way to do things. Granum has a much more nuanced philosophy than most villains in this game. I will at least give him props for that. He's not a complete
everyone else because he actually has written better.
It's kind of the same. Like the Worm Queens have an obvious goal. They want to kill everyone else because they want the Grineer to be like the dominant life form. They want to form a larger empire. Most of the Corpus are also pretty straight through. It's maximizing their profit. Granum doesn't necessarily want profit, he wants power. And the distinction there is kind of what makes him an interesting character. He wants power, and he's good at manipulating people. Some white... Well, yeah, Harbos encourages manifesting. Gara went to him to become a Warframe? Yeah, so Gara actually, according to the lore from her Prime trailer, asked to become a Warframe. The original Gara did. Daggeth, the Orokin higher-ups that had her, asked for Ballas to save her by making her a Warframe. Stuff like that. You have a chat full of feral gamers. I'm sure they could help with the interception. I just find interception to be unfun. Like, regardless of help, I just don't like it on Steel Path.
I got up and then fell down again. What?
Lamau. They broke Nitro's leg and he tried to stand and then they broke it again.
I fucking slipped on my heels, bro.
I can't find the hole in the ceiling. We're gonna lose it probably, but it's fine. Oh no, there's actually fuck all enemies up here for some reason. So many lores I didn't read. A lot of lore for Warframe is honestly interesting.
Honestly, I went back through and read the scanner fucking lore, and like those things are really fucking cool to read, honestly.
A lot of them are, especially with like the fact that like Avantis's death, Executor Avantis's death is in that lore. Like a Grineer who survives an encounter with a Warframe and gets used as a gene mold is an interesting piece of lore. Jordis knowing that he's going to succumb and be used as a lure, that stuff is all really interesting.
Volunteer the ones with from the ancient healers one. There's the one about the fucking last remaining Orokin out there with the Grineer and shit. That one's really cool.
Yeah, the story of the what is it? The Sectorus who defects to the Grineer and basically is used to assassinate the leaders of a ship. That one's really interesting. A lot of that lore is super cool.
Honestly,
Same with like the secret lore, like the V-Cloud Hive Mind and the Corpus Guild. Stallard has a great video on it. Reminds me of the Eminem meme. I don't know what you're referring to, honestly. But yeah, there were volunteers. Like Gara was a volunteer. I will say this though, I have a gripe with the modern lore that Jade kind of brings to a head for me. I hate Warframes that are sentient, aside from Umbra, and here's my reasoning for this. Ballas says, in the Sacrifice, that the reason operators were needed was because the Warframes would go insane. But they clearly don't, because it seems like Jade never went insane. Like, Daggett, you could make an argument went insane.
Wait, the child is the operator.
Probably not. But Warframes that are sentient with no operator that aren't insane bothers me because it goes against a very important piece of lore, which is why the operators were needed and why future Warframes were like lobotomized. Because like Daggett, you could argue went insane because she completely stopped talking and interacting with people, and then she killed them all and betrayed her. Well, yeah, she had gone nuts because she snapped from the fact that after she was no longer taboo, her Orokin owners didn't care about her anymore, and they killed her horse.
Yeah.
Daggett was a horse girl. I have not found any sister beacons. I need to go grab these. Colorvogue became a terrorist. I think you could probably also argue that, huh?
Based.
Oh, I thought you said babe, and I was like, what do you mean
no.
this time? But Jade seemingly never went insane, and I find that really weird, because it's never explained, and if Jade never went insane, then, like, there's no purpose for the operator. I mean, she was weak and needed to be linked to actually, you know, have her child, but I still feel like that, like, the more sentient Warframes we get that had no operator, because, like, Rel is interesting because he bound himself to his Warframe so that he couldn't die. That's an interesting idea. Maybe that's what happened to Jade. Maybe, you know, there's something like that there, where they had some transference gimmick to make her not go nuts. But, because there's also, like, Jade was used as the Jade Light. If she had no operator and theoretically they wouldn't obey commands according to Ballas, how did they make her do that? It's never really elaborated on, and it bothers me. Seems like she was in a coma. She could have been, but then how was she lucid enough to find the Stalker and recognize that it was Soren? I just find it to be weird. I feel like that part of the lore was...
her or some shit, and then, I don't know.
I feel like the lore was very important in that regard. Same with, like, Stalker is surprisingly, like, lucid, despite the fact that he's also... Which is a piece of retcon lore that kind of pisses me off, honestly. Because it's basically explicitly stated in the second dream that the Stalker is a Tenno, and they go back on that lore, which I kind of don't like. Because I think there was that interesting dichotomy of, like, despite the fact that he himself was a Tenno, he still hated them enough to try and kill you at the end of the quest. And that's kind of just not relevant anymore.
That's based, but yeah.
And I kind of don't like that. But Orokin being incompetent, I feel like that's the thing, though, is if it was... That's the entire justification for why the operators were necessary. So if you remove that from the equation, a big part of Warframe's story didn't need to happen. He put out today. If he goes into that, then yeah, I guess I could watch that. Most of them no reason to obey. If they, like, threaten to kill the Stalker, I think to manipulate Jade, maybe. But there's the line from Bowser where it's like, you know, the Tenno's going to look into a broken thing and take its pain away. That's kind of, you know, how I saw it, as, like, the Tenno were kind of needed for that process. I cannot find the last sister beacon. We're actually kind of cooked if this gets too high.
I'll stop it then.
Just, yeah, stop feeding it for a second. It's hard to hear these. Can also talk despite not having a mouth. I mean, that's also true. On a frame-by-frame basis.
But
in Warframes. Because when you pop out of the when you pop out of the reservoir in the second dream, Stalker stops and, like, looks at himself when you look at yourself. And Stalker Hunhao has a line about, like, you know, questioning if he's one of those wretched things. And also, thank you. When the Stalker goes to kill you, Hunhao is like, you know, you hate them, you hate yourself. This will, like, despite everything, this will still cleanse your despair, stuff like that. So the second dream, I feel like, kind of had that interesting setup of the Stalker is a Tenno, but he hates other ones so much that it doesn't matter to him in the end when he goes through his own personal journey of that realization. Now that's kind of been decanonized. And I kind of don't like that. Became Warframe after the fall of the Orokin. Because, like, it's implied, especially with, like, Stranger in Black and Yuri, that he can be that he's controlled by an operator, but he's clearly not. Because he was turned into a Warframe more likely than not. If there is an operator for Stalker somewhere, that'd be really cool, honestly. But there were no adult Tenno.
It's him, Argo Blast.
Of am I being puppeted? You could argue that, but I think that the lines from Hunhao during the scene where he tries to kill you make it more imply that he himself is a Tenno. Can they control themselves? Rel chained himself to a tree, so I guess we don't really know, but it's like there seems to be sentient Warframes that normally go insane. Like, Pillarbow kept trying to go back to his creator and did a lot of messed up shit in the process. Daggett went nuts and basically just became emotionless. Obviously, Umbra was deliberately made to relive the memory of him killing his own child over and over again. So things like that. Jade being the outlier there bothers me. Like, maybe Stallard's video has a perspective I'm just not privy to, right? But I don't really like that element of it. It's like it takes away a pretty core part of why the operators exist. I cannot fit through here.
Door
Jade
stuck.
has an operator, and so operator decided to help reunite. The thing is, we have to link to Jade to help her give birth in the quest, so she theoretically doesn't have one. because then, like, there's no worm that's controlled by 2 operators. So I don't think she already has an operator, especially because, I mean, she was glassed, or she was turned into a Warframe, was the baby. I don't, because I feel like the Orokin probably tortured her with threats of killing it, and that's how they manipulated her. But theoretically, if she was insane, she would have, you know, glassed them or something. It's also possible that her emotional connection to her child was strong enough that, because, like, Citrine added the lore that, and same with Duviri, that if your emotions are strong enough, the Void can do strange things. It's possible
that sounds like such a fucking cop-out. Like,
it is a cop-out, I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's
like
possible... It's possible that her connection to both Soren and her child was strong enough that she didn't completely succumb to insanity. It's kind of up there, to be honest. Looks like he didn't want to kill a kid. I don't know. Like I said, if you read through the transcript of the quest, I believe that during the encounter between Stalker and you at the end, they basically explicitly state that Stalker hates himself, but he doesn't care and he's going to kill the Tenno anyways. Maybe they'll find a way to work in a retcon. Maybe they've changed the quest dialogue, because they did actually redub Stalker's lines. Maybe they actually did straight up retcon it and change it. I don't know. Was I do hear it was made in the first place? I think... Because here's the thing, it's a cop-out if used as a cop-out. The lore for Citrine and for Duviri is interesting. Also, I don't want to watch someone else's vid on stream. I don't really like reacting to things like that. But when it comes to that, like, I think it's done well with Citrine and with Duviri. They're both interesting. Jade, it feels like a cop-out because we're grasping at straws because it's never officially established. I don't believe they say anything about it, at least. So that's why it feels like a cop-out to me, because there was never any official word on it. If we ever get that, then it won't, but that's just kind of my perspective. I'll probably go to, like, I don't know, 3:30-ish. Let me give you the kinships. Did you buy a bunch of kinships?
Switch to primary.
You're fine.
They're
fine.
honestly surprisingly well here, but
yeah. Bayron wants to
I
give
can finally get that melee
kinships.
influence.
Ordis is angry.
What the fuck you mean melee influence?
Fucking what's his name has been trying to give me that barrage.
Listen, if he offers you anything, decline the fucking trade. Just to make his life worse. He must have gambled to win big. The ambiguity is better. I personally think that they should establish it, because if it's left up in the air, the intention is that, or if it's never clarified, there is a massive hole in the lore, in my opinion. Lack of insanity could also be attributed to the child generating energy. It could also be that, yeah, she never had the energy to lash out, but then how did Jade have the energy to find and save him?
Maybe that happened before she went fully insane, I don't know.
That would have to be way too... Because the centuries have passed since Stalker became Stalker, and Jade became Jade. So, she would have theoretically succumbed to insanity by now.
Momentary moment of lucidness and insanity, I don't know.
Power of love being an option. Yeah, it's... I don't know. The entire lore of that... That's why he wants to kill us. I don't think that's true. Because he still has Soren's memories. Like I said, if they found a way to
What
make
if Soren was Wally?
Because, like... When Umbra was piloted by... Actually, that's an interesting idea. Because Umbra functions after he's connected to an operator once. Wait, now I'm thinking about this. Because Umbra functions normally after the operator basically cures him of his recurring nightmare. Do you think they would have connected operators to Stalker and Jade specifically to fix their insanity? That could actually be a potential option, because Umbra is mostly normal. Sure, he passes his insanity...
He's gay.
He passes his insanity onto the operator partially, because the operator has an interaction with Wally saying he was responsible for Isa's death. But, it is honestly possible that they could have connected operators to them to remove their insanity, at least temporarily. For him to fully develop a child. I think the problem for, not developing the child, but that she was never had the strength to actually give birth and needed to be linked to an operator for it. Am I really going to kill a kid? Yes, I will. Like I said, maybe it's changed. I would recommend just rereading the dialogue of the quest. Contextually, it's very different, especially when Hunhouse says, you ask yourself, am I one of those wretched things? That particular line, I think, is very important. Speaking of which,
I've always wanted to say he thinks it's more like a Warframe thing, not
I'm
like
just gonna fucking read it. I'm just gonna fucking read it.
You know, valid.
I'm just gonna fucking read it. I'm so sick of arguing this with people on stream. Where's the transcript?
I know what you mean. I'm just saying.
I don't know if the transcript is actually... I don't know if the full transcript is on the wiki. Shit, I don't think it actually is. I don't think the full transcript's on the wiki. I would actually have to replay the quest to make my point. Well, we're not doing that now. Shared suffering is halved suffering when the frame and the operator move the body together. Partially, like I said, Umbra is no longer, like, feral when he links to an operator. If you use Umbral sentience, he's still able to function on his own. And Ordis implies that he wanders the Orbiter in the most recent quest.
Which, fucking, yes, finally.
I think that he probably doesn't, like, cure it, but makes it so that the Warframe can still be, like, cognizant. Yeah, thank you for finding that. I couldn't find it. Yeah, all your dread long life, you've waited for this moment, but you're asking yourself, was I one of these wretched things? You know the answer. You still hate them. You still hate yourself. Like I said, basically confirmation that Stalker is or was a Tenno. We know because he was an adult when he was turned into a Warframe, he could not have been a Tenno, but I don't know. Like I said, you could probably bend the words to figure it out. I feel, to me, blanket, it's a retcon that I don't like, but that's the direction they want to move the lore, so that's just how it is. Now, if you could get him in a quest, yeah, fucking if only. Guys, Umbra has been acknowledged after, what, 5 or 6 years? Was in a different scene where you use Umbra on the new war. That's expecting too much, especially when he just becomes a statue every time you transfer out of your Warframe. God forbid he do something.
God forbid they at least have, like, a single
No, don't get Nitro started on this. It's been 2.5 years. I'm not talking about this anymore.
I'm sorry. It's just the fucking pet peeve. Umbra's the best thing about this game to me.
You know what? Here, you can have a Stropha set. This is what I'll trade you. You can have a Stropha set in exchange for a Stropha these nuts. Lamau got him. Here's your Stropha set. DE is making shit up as they go. I'll be honest with you. I think Sion. I actually don't know if I have a Sion. I should look. I do have a. I have. Oh no, that's my last Sion. I can't give it away. Hold on. You can have some halves. No Sion. It's my last one, which is not the best of the best. He was probably forced the infestation onto himself. I think based on the dialogue in the quest, it's implied that he and Jade were turned into Warframes as a punishment. Sure, I guess. I'm sorry, I can't give up my last Sion. But here's my general opinion. Be the person who became the frame. I mean, that could be the case, but I don't... That's an interesting take or angle on it, I guess. Thorn J is what keeps them in line. Because it seems like like I said, the Vitruvians in the sacrifice say that Warframes basically would go feral, and that they couldn't control them. So maybe they had an operator help, like, fix that for them? I don't really know.
I know part of the way we fixed him is recontextualizing those memories to fuel our wrath or fuel our, whatever choice you picked and some shit, so I guess potentially you could, like, I don't know, something with memories.
Compared with the OG Soulframe team. Like, here's my thoughts. Pre-New War writing is almost all pretty good. It's relatively logical and straightforward. Post-New War, and including the New War writing, thus far, I think has not been nearly as good, because so much of it is just kind of... How do I put this? The WoW moments aren't backed up by the build-up that they need. They feel very random. Like, the second Dreams build-up is really, really well executed. Even now, that quest holds up very well, because the story of it is paced very well, it's executed very well, and it makes sense. That's the key thing here. It makes fucking sense. The New War does not make sense. Jade Shadows does not make sense. And I don't want to hear the excuse that it doesn't make sense with our current understanding, because they never fucking update our understanding. They just move on to the next thing. I don't want to sit here and FNAF theorize about what the fucking game story means when the first half of it is given to me in a way that makes sense and is interesting.
Yep.
Instead of piloting, they just calm down the insanity. I'm pretty sure it stated that future Warframes were basically lobotomized because the operators could control them.
Wait a minute.
But
emotional support drifter.
Emotional support drifter. Because, like, there are, like, I think the stories, when you can read between the lines, are interesting. Like Duviri. If you can figure Duviri's story out, I think it's a really cool idea. The problem is it is given to you in a fucking horrible way. I had to watch 2 other people play that quest to understand what it meant, and I still am just theorizing. Go to labs. In any order, it feels disconnected. I think part of that is that it's been so much time. Because, like, they're really just setting up for 1999 and basically the man-in-the-wall arc of the story. But, like, for example, we ditched Narmer. Like, what the fuck? Why did we ditch Narmer? We were in the middle of Narmer's story and we just dropped him.
At least finish it before we dip him.
Like, why have we just dropped Pazul on his head and not bothered to go back to him?
I mean, we dropped him on his head and it's just like, well, he's retarded, now we gotta go.
This thing with Jade and, like, Stalker and their child, this isn't... I don't feel like this is going to get brought up for, like, at least a year. Like, let's be real here. They're just going to move on to the next thing for a while, more likely.
I mean, the child's got to grow up first, doesn't he?
Yeah, it'll be 18 years, head-ass, before we see the child again. But, like...
No, I should not fucking say that.
Like, let's be real here. They're not going to address this for a while. They're just going to leave it alone, and I hate that. Same with Duviri, and, like, any story potential there is just kind of left on the back burner for now. And it sucks, because, like, after the second dream, the state of the world is pretty clear. You just move on to something else, and the things make sense. Now, especially with, like, the post-New War setting, I feel like just nothing gets explained anymore. How did the Drifter find out about the Lotus? How did Ordis get his trash can body? Why did he take our stuff over? How does he know he'll get powers when the Operator comes back? None of it makes any fucking sense. Like, you can make theories about it, but none of it is ever actually explained, and it pisses me off, because everything that you need to know in the second dream happens in the second dream. Anything that you need to know in the War Within happens in the War Within, and is contextualized by previous quests. It feels like a lot of modern quests just do shit, and they want the wow moments without the explanation, and it pisses me off. Why doesn't Lotus talk at all during the new quests? I don't honestly know. I thought it was weird she wasn't involved in Jade Shadows at all. For Narmer's
I always didn't want to get consigned to fucking Kid of the Lotus again.
I will say, Omubird, I think that I disagree that they wanted that to be the end of Narmer's arc. And my reasoning for that is there are multiple illusions that we have to fight and either kill or convert Pazul. It's implied by the Lotus you're killing the Archons to reach Pazul. But we never do. And I find that really weird. Was a better storyteller than Reb? If you want my honest opinion, yes, until we hit the New War. The New War was so many Ex Machina moments it pisses me off. The story could have been executed better. I just don't think they did it very well.
New War's a concept. It's fucking great. Execution,
especially with
the current story, execution-wise is just the main reasons. You know, it's
the New War fundamentally should have been 2 quests. It should have been the conflict itself, and then what we got as a quest after the conflict. Or maybe the conflict could have been an event or something. Hell, I would have taken that.
Honestly, that would be kind of cool. Like, the initial thing, and then, like, the final push is, like, the quest itself.
How many Archons are there? There are technically 4 Archons. The 3 we fight and Pazul. And Lotus has multiple illusions saying that we're going to have to eventually deal with Pazul, but we never do. There's also, last time Lotus appeared was in the Angels, where he said Zeraman is back. Go there? Yeah, pretty much. Being told the harsh truth, I should sleep. I don't mean to bum you out, Edge. I still think Warframe has a great story. I just take problems with its modern delivery. Another 5 years for that. Like, I feel like at this point, like, Narmer's storyline, I don't expect it to go anywhere soon. I don't expect that, like, any of the storylines we've gotten to go anywhere soon. Was just back the entire time, abandoned and empty, but they never did so. Going there during the New War was random as fuck. I think what happened with that, honestly, was the Drifter breaking the cycle of Duviri is what let the Zeraman come back into reality. But once again, it's never actually explained. That they focus on one story for too long, they might lose it? I don't know. Because like I said, Narmer should have a conclusion. Narmer needs its conclusion, in my opinion. We need to do something about Pazul for that to be over. Zeraman, you could argue, is kind of over. Once we decide we're just going to help them fix it back up, more or less. Whispers is basically just 1999. The new quest is once again a plot thread I'm going to wait for multiple years to actually go anywhere, because I don't expect them to do anything with it for a while at this point. It's just like I said, like, part of why I love the Second Dream and why I worship that quest even now is it makes sense, but it's still a huge mind-blowing moment. All these modern mind-blowing moments don't fucking make sense. And that's the thing that bothers me about them. They either violate established lore, like soccer not being a 10-0, for example, violates established lore, and the game never explains this. We're left to try and bend over backwards for the writers to justify it, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think that, fundamentally, if you have information that violates your lore, man up and retcon it, or add an explanation. Ideally, add an explanation. Gonna be the Ex Machina of the Narmer quest in 2038? Fuck, maybe. Who knows? Zeraman and Kavia are done. I don't think Kavia is necessarily done, because we still have 1999, but we've more or less moved on from them. And, like, that's the weird thing. The Kavia was actually a super cool story. If you've read the Albrecht lore, it's actually really interesting. I don't like time travel being in Warframe, to be honest. It kind of bothers me, because it's such a... time travel and eternalism and all that stuff is an easy cop-out as a writing tool, but we have to see if they use it that way. Protea can manipulate time, but it was never used for major story relevance other than keeping Parvos alive.
I would argue that that's major story things, but okay.
Delay meaningful quests forever, put out half-baked quests. I think a lot of it is that they just, like, their setups are not getting their payoffs. Because, like, the Kavia was really interesting, especially with the lore of, like, basically, for those who haven't read it, Albrecht's lore about his experiments with the Void and the Kavia was that he was trying to find out a way to manipulate the Void, because it was constantly just like anything he gave to the Void would always come back worthless. And so his idea with the Kavia was that the Void only converted things that had meaning, and I think it was like the discovery of Duviri was what made him have this realization, because he actually made it to Duviri as well. So he gave... That's the reason he actually used Tagfer and Min, was because they were the last of their species, so they actually had emotional significance. And then he used Bird 3 and Fibonacci because, for balance, it was like land creatures, air creatures, and water creatures. And when they came back mumbling Void Tongue, he thought he failed again because he didn't understand it. But by the time we reach the quest and get the Yahoo Gargoyle, we realize they actually are talking. And that... The thing with the Man in the Wall that's kind of implied is he's called the Great Indifference, so he takes particular interest in things that make him feel something, which is an interesting idea. That things that are actually, like, emotionally important, he's interested in because he doesn't understand that concept. Tagfer talks about how it's like it's the bullied kid arc. He wants to fit in, but he doesn't get it. He's autistic. I'm basically saying the Man in the Wall is fucking autistic.
Hell yeah, he got vaccinated.
Yeah, exactly, he got vaccinated. Like, that's an interesting idea, and I think that Albrecht's notes about that are actually really cool, and it's a story that has potential to go somewhere, but works on its own. I'm pissed because Jade Shadows doesn't do that, and the New War doesn't do that, but, like, the Kavia story is really interesting. The reason they exist is really interesting. The story of us saving them from their void contamination is really interesting. I like all that stuff. The holdfasts kind of suck. Their story doesn't really ever go anywhere. I'm not really a fan of them. And when Quinn says at the end, for the time being, we'll hold fast, it's like, oh my, you did not just fucking write that into the game, dude. You did not just say that. You're killing me with this one, brother. You cannot just say that.
Yeah, I'm supposed to writing to Marvel for that one.
Literally, it's just like, for the time being, we must hold fast. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Are you for real?
Quinn.
Basically, like, well, that just happened? Yeah, pretty much. Like,
we may be the flames of war.
When it comes to the Kavia characters, Quinn is very cookie cutter and boring. I like Cavallero and I like Yonta. They both feel like real people. Hombask is fucking annoying. That's kind of it. I love all the Kavia. They're all incredibly well executed characters.
Honestly, the Kavia was such a good is still such a good fucking thing. Like, it was the first time I was actually like really excited for the next fucking week to roll around or some shit, so I can just get the fucking
their story was really interesting.
Like,
their
I was
concept was really
actively interested in that shit. And that Warframe has never done to me. It's like, man, I'm actually really invested in this story. These are great characters.
Yeah, because like I also feel this way about the Entradi storyline. Their characters felt kind of cookie cutter. Like their storyline was super predictable, I guess, and didn't feel terribly realistic for that reason, because they hated each other to such a comedic extent. Daughter gets a lot of really good characterization in Veilbreaker, but other than that, and I guess Grandmother's an interesting character. Should have been horribly mutated void abominations. I mean, they kind of are, but not
yeah,
like...
but they eat us humans in the
It's, I guess, with like Kira and stuff, they're basically in the process of becoming angels. Another thing that's also not explained are why the Holdfast got revived by the Void and why they haven't already turned into Void Angels. My theory...
Just work in mysterious ways, though, Cookin.
Well, here's my thing. My theory, they're all significant, and because the Void likes emotional connection, it let them come back. Or it didn't convert them, because Hombask is the one who basically caused the accident, because she sabotaged the biomes. Caballero was the security officer, Quinn was the captain, Yonta was the Archimedean. So, because they were all significant people, it probably didn't turn them into angels. Kira, it might have decided was not important enough, and it eventually got rid of her. Because, for those who don't know, Kira was the character of the Zeraman ARG when that was happening. Really cool project, by the way. It basically told the story of Kira and her husband during the events of the accident, and Kira becomes an angel at the time of the quest. Also, yeah, Yonta admits herself that she gave herself the Jade Light, even though she didn't deserve it, and it was too noble a death for the crime she had committed. Sun hasn't done anything. He just kind of is like an Edgar Allan Poe fan. That's kind of his entire character. One swipe on my tablet and the ship gained a new Cephalon. Yeah, Quinn, that's some of the interesting thing that I think Quinn contributed, was the lore of the Crystal Index, and that there was a system on the Zeraman that he could glass whoever he wanted if they were a dissenter. I think that's a cool idea. I don't know where these Cephalons are, but that's a cool idea. Really went downhill after becoming infested? Yeah.
And that Cephalon? Ordis.
Also, we're hiding the Sanctum from the family because Mother is insane and spent most of her life looking for Albrecht. Knowing there's a chance would probably make her go nuts again, which is why we're hiding it from her, because we basically have to... Mother can't know until we actually bring him back. If she knows that that exists, there's a good chance she'll go nuts again. Austin the Void preserves them. I think, because he also just mentioned, like, you know, like, that we energize them and things like that. Who fucking knows what any of that shit means? We're in the minds of all the Zeraman. It could also be that, yeah, conceptual embodiment, that because they were all known by everyone, they were kept alive through the Void and things like that. But, because, yeah, conceptual, interested in by the thumbnail, can you explain in vivid detail? Yeah, we made crack earlier. Watch the whole stream VOD for proof.
Yeah.
Mother wants the Sanctum-grown drugs. Unironically, one of the plots of the Deimos Arcana bounty is that you kill the Polypog Juggernaut because Daughter wants to get high. I'm not kidding. That's actually one of the plots.
Oh my!
Have you never done the Polypog? She is an AirPod-wearing hipster weed cuck. This is actually true. She's like, that you basically have to kill the Polypog Juggernaut because they give you weird dreams. Has nobody ever done that, where the Arcana bounty's main goal is to kill the Juggernaut? That's what the dialogue is about. All hearts are connected, Kingdom Hearts at this point? Who knows? I guess we'll probably see it more elaborated on in future quests. Like I said, the Holdfast is one of those things where, like,
Kubo will be connected into, like, the major story quest or some shit.
Another thing about the Holdfasts is the lore about conceptual embodiment and things like that wasn't really solidified until after they came out, but I think you could make an argument that because of their significance, they didn't get turned into angels, and that maybe, you know, our Void energy helps stave that process off, because just being significant isn't enough. Because, like, the Kavio were still gonna die to Void contamination. I'm guessing the Zeraman people don't, because there's still so much. But that's just me. She was a designated baddie? Real? I still think it's interesting. Yonta has so much interesting dialogue about the Archimedians. Like, I thought the Juggernauts were just yummy. I was too young. Real.
You're average trauma.
Among all the arcane stuff and Warframe, arcane bounties or Arcana bounties, and then you're the top. Fair enough. But yeah, I think the Holdfast, like, you can kind of piece their story together. Like, maybe the Void revived them because they're significant. You know, the corrupting energy of the Zeraman is why they're not succumbing to it, but they're still turning into angels, and we help heal them by spending time with them and working them through their problems. I don't fucking know. I feel like it kind of came out half-baked. Like, they had an idea they didn't properly elaborate on, and I was kind of sad watching all of the cutscenes and never really getting a better understanding of the situation. Also, Angels does have operator and drifter specific dialogue. That actually is true. As far as I'm aware, it is not super impacting. You cannot replay the quest, no. She sees herself in the corner of her eye, yeah. As well with, like, she has a line about, like, all the Archimedeans would get summoned to events where basically one of them would die, and they were all terrified. And she actually name-dropped Suda, because she was an Archimedean. Also, yeah, Angels not being replayable is a crime. Same with Duviri. You can't even give us the make a new account argument that Reb originally said if you wanted to replay the quest. You have to go through Awakening now. Yeah, I mean, don't be surprised. Yeah, that's what I agree with you on that. People probably just don't do them that much. But, yeah, that's kind of the situation there. I feel like you can... The Holdfast story doesn't piss me off like Narmer's does, because Narmer is clearly unfinished. The Holdfast came out half-baked, but you can piece it together. Narmer's is just left on a cliffhanger right now, and it has been for a while, which is just
it's a very big cliff.
And a linear story arc, Kavi has peaks and troughs, but Holdfast such an unmemorable plot. I feel like the Holdfast kind of explain the backstory, but the reason they're here, I feel like doesn't really get elaborated on as much as it should. That's my opinion, at least.
It's up for interpretation. A game interpretation.
Once again, my FNAF lore dump. Where I feel like so they elaborate on the lore of the Zariman, and that was all super interesting, and I do appreciate that part. But the lore of themselves, in terms of, like, why they're back, and, like, you know, why we're able to, you know, energize them and shit like that, I don't remember ever being talked about, which I find really weird. A lot of the lore is still interesting, like the fact that Quinn got fucking atomized by operators when he tried to help them, which is also interesting as well, because the Holdfast didn't go insane after the events of the jump. Like, almost every adult did, but they didn't. Almost all of them just fucking died pretty much immediately afterwards. Like, I think Calavalera says that, like, he watched Quinn get disintegrated by a child because they didn't know how to control their powers yet. When he tried to help them. After saving the children, even after the angels and shit. He still kind of creates the angels, and lines from Teshin in Duviri kind of imply that he uses them to, like, gain control of places, or, like, to push through into our reality. I hear Narmer, please give us... Yeah, please finish the Narmer storyline. Honestly, my suggestion's pretty simple. After we do an Archon hunt for each Archon, we unlock a quest that's, like, a short cinematic quest of us dealing with Pazul, and we choose to kill or spare him. And then get some unique reward, like a weapon or something, for Varuna and for Wrathful Advance. Excalibur 3 is a subsume slot? I totally disagree with that. His augment is a multiplicative damage buff. It's really good.
Without the augment, yes, absolutely. With the augment, I mean, I really like Sword Dash, so, but, like, you know, I won't admit that, yeah.
I'd say all of his options are strong, but his lack of survivability kind of needs addressing, in my opinion, and I would take off his 1. The multiplicative damage buff from his 3 is very good. I personally wouldn't give that up, but that's just my opinion. Jade, if you talk to her with her equipped, I don't actually know. I doubt it, but I guess we could actually go look. I highly doubt that they got the actor back for that. Ordis does have unique dialogue if you talk to him with Jade, which is really cool, but... physical damage seemed to White Archon Shard. Honestly, if they made Pazul a special fight where every time you do 3, like each 3 in a row, you get a Pazul fight where you can fight him for like a really powerful special reward on like that 3-week rotation, that would be cool. I think that'd be really sick, but who knows? Didn't let Go Crazy originally, possibly due being the only ones with the connection, as to what the fuck was happening when the jump goofed. Yeah, it's also weird because Gyre has lore that's never explained. Like, Quinn calls her Gyra. There is the drummer statue has a lore referring to an enigmatic dancer named Gyra. We don't know how she became a Warframe, because as far as I'm aware, the Zariman jump happened before they were being made, unless Warframes were being created before the Tenno became a thing, but we don't really know. At least I don't think that's ever been stated. From maneuverability, his 2 forces stealth damage, which gives you a 7 times additive crit multiplier buff. I would personally get rid of his 1. If you value the maneuverability, you can drop them. But his 2 and his 3 both amp your damage a lot.
I mean, if you really have to go for it, like, I guess technically the 2 doesn't get... It gives you extra damage, but it doesn't do any damage in and of by itself. It's just a tool, I guess, basically.
At higher levels, the 3 is not doing damage to be important either, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean, but it gives you iframes for the 1, so...
Warframes didn't exist before the old war, which happened after the Zariman. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct, because the old lore talks about how they didn't have any weapons against them, and they resorted to making the infested, which didn't work, and then they went back to the drawing board. The Sentients were winning the war super hard. But I feel like the Zariman returning... Because the Zariman went missing. That's kind of the thing. It went missing for an indeterminate amount of time, and then suddenly reappeared according to Ember Prime's lore. And they investigated it and found the children and all that stuff. Only perfected after the 10-0. Because it's I feel like it's never really clearly stated. That's my thing. There's no official confirmation as far as I'm aware either way. So, we'll kind of just have to see. That's why the 10-0 were made. The 10-0 were not made deliberately. The 10-0 were made because our character accepted the deal with Wally in order for them to not die. That's what's implied in the new war. Super early prototype of a cyber organic battle unit. I'm not really sure. Gyre's lore was felt like it was supposed to do something, but never did. Because it's never really explained why Gyre exists, or why she's known by Quinn. Original Warframes apply to Equinox and there being 2 separate sets of parts. I don't think the lore was in place at the time that she was made, honestly. I don't think it does. The Warframes before a suitable host. That's true, but it comes down to the Infested were a bioweapon made to fight the Sentients. So it's a question of, were they already in development, and were we making Warframes before or after? I think the Vitruvians elaborate on that. I think it was after, because they talk about discovering and experimenting with the Helminth strains. I feel like I said, I don't know. Gyre's lore was probably supposed to be something, and they forgot about it. I don't really feel like it went anywhere, but it feels like there are remnants of when it was supposed to go somewhere. Nidus, Harrow, Revenant. They actually just straight up address in Revenant's Prime's trailer with Ballas's dialogue that he doesn't make sense and shouldn't exist, and it pisses Ballas off because he didn't create him and he doesn't know where he came from. But not Steel Meridian. You know, fair enough. There are several that don't make sense in that regard either, but that's been a thing for ages. After creating the Infested, like I said, the question fundamentally is, were the Infested made after the Sentients returned, or were they already in experimentation first? Even then, creating the Warframes was said in several pieces of old lore to be a response to the Sentient invasion. So, I'm still asking the question of, how does Gyre exist? Because she was apparently a dancer on the Zariman. That's all we really know about her. Did the fucking Void create her? Did Yonta make her? We don't fucking know. Though insane when the Zariman was found, it is possible that maybe they did find Gyra and turn her into a Warframe for whatever purpose.
I see it.
I'm going to bed. Fair enough, Etch. See ya. I made her deep lore. Multiple balances exist. Made the Zariman continue multiple timelines. Maybe, but that would be a huge fucking cop-out, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I said, it's just not explained, and that's my issue with the game's modern story. It's not fucking explained. I think it could be argued that maybe because Gyra was one of the people that survived. That's the weird thing, though, is why are the Holdfast stuck on the Zariman if they were able to recover Gyra? Like, who knows?
I mean, are they really stuck, or are they just staying there because they're holding fast?
I'm not entirely sure if they'll die if they leave, or what the situation with them
I think they just don't want to abandon the ship because it's it'll fucking bring about massive bad things if they do.
The Orcan busted out. Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing too. Is it is implied in Albrecht's lore that the infestation happens in 1999, and it's potentially his fault. But I don't entirely know how that works. Also, yeah, the Holdfast all died. Maybe they were just manifested at a future point in time. Who knows? Like I said, it's not really elaborated on. The original Caliban. Caliban's lore is also a mess. There are 3 different origin stories he has, which is that he was built during the new, or that he was built during the old war, that Era made Ballas build him in between the events of the Old War and the New War, and that Ballas originally built Cal. Like, the Old War is more likely, but the question is, did Era make Ballas build him, or did Era himself build him? If he made Ballas build him, was it during the time jump, or was it during, you know, that era when Ballas was a traitor? Our horrors passed, our ravaged outer colonies became gardens. Okay, that's an interesting thing to point out. So yeah, the Infested already did exist at the time. Okay, good to know. I wonder if it is because of 1999. I don't know if that means Warframes existed beforehand. Maybe they were being experimented on. Maybe when the Zeramin reappeared, they found Jyra's body and turned her into one to see if they could control it. Who knows? Like I said, it's never really expressly stated. I feel like the issue, like, so with a lot of the game's lore, is what we're doing right now is trying to basically write the story for the developers. Thank you for pointing out the Infested line. I did not remember that part, and that does add a lot of important context. But I feel like there's a difference between piecing the story together and working with an incomplete picture. Just piecing the story together implies all the pieces are there. You just have to fit them. Right now we're making a puzzle where there's like 30% of the pieces missing, and we're just trying to figure out what the picture is. That arrives the outer colonies? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Albrecht actually says that in 1999 there was a plague. That's potentially his fault. Within the wall and the Illuminati and Eternalism, China, CCP, Big Pharma. Yeah, I'm guessing that they probably are like bound to the Zeramin or something, but like I said, I feel like the issue with the Holdfast and Jyra and all that is the story came out incomplete. I feel like there's like a second half of that story elaborating on where Jyra came from and why the Holdfasts are back that doesn't actually ever get explained. Also, yeah, Varzia says Ballads didn't tell the whole truth. Yeah, which is honestly also a cop-out for contradictory lore, but I'll take it. At least it was addressed canonically. Finds best to Corpus Rise. I'm almost positive it was basically confirmed in certain old lore that because technology was failing, they turned to the Infested and then eventually realized they could use Tenno to control Warframes. Is Garuda loreless? Currently, yes. They never bothered to give her any lore. Rebecca said they want to do something for her eventually. Ballas is a subjective narrator. That's true, but also another excuse for bad writing, if you want my honest opinion. Just saying, oh, well, he was just lying. Like, okay, like, what the fuck? Why'd we... It's kind of almost like... It's not like Chekhov's gun. It's because it's not like they give us something and never use it. But it's sort of a similar problem. They tell us information and then just retcon it later. Say, oh, well, he's a liar. Like, that feels kind of cheap, if you ask me. Was the original strain? Potentially? I think we'll find out. Nitro, you're hot micing. Be careful, yeah, because of the echo they can hear it, so just be careful about that. Has Lord, there's yeah, well, yeah, that was in a video I posted. One of the Weird Obscure stuff said Garuda had a thing going that they never finished. Was the biggest tease, yeah, that they brought up Garuda in lore about Daggett and then never brought it up again. I believe her eyes, not her ears. Who even knows? What about Ureli's lore and the Quest in general? I think Ureli's lore is funny because she gets her shit rocked by a Reddit mod.
Yeah.
Like, if canonically, Ureli is a very weak Warframe if she almost died to that. Let's be real here.
And all she did was fucking skate.
Garuda has lore? No, she doesn't. There was a small thing about her during the Yath's era. Like when she was the build-up to her release. That was literally it. In the Railjack a couple years before it came out and was never mentioned again? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh god, it's almost 4. I've been going on for half an hour longer than I said. As always, to be honest.
I thought you just ignored the fucking redstone.
Oh no, I noticed it. We're just letting her do her thing. Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, is that with, like, we've been discussing a lot of Warframe lore at the moment, but, like, there are things we can say are concrete, but there's still room for interesting interpretation there. And it seems that made them their own. Ballas is still...
my wife loreless.
Stop calling my wife loreless. Like, Ballas is undoubtedly a genius, but also a huge narcissist, and that's basically his character. And he's very manipulative. What we brought up again? As far as I can tell, based on, like, lore in the computer and stuff, the vessels are actually how we connect to 1999. Like, the vessels, presumably, are actually, like, bodies that let us communicate with the proto-frames. I think that's how it works. Or even a determined thing he didn't cause. That would be interesting. Planet orbit railjack maps. The Venus shot looks so cool in the reveal. Yeah, if only. Third orbit will tie all together the lore we're missing, surely? Yeah.
Gorgeous went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that
Yeah, like, my thing with the lore, right? It's like I said, a lot of the old lore is very concrete. We're told something, there's room for interpretation, but we have a solid idea of what it means for the world. A lot of modern lore feels very game theory baity, let me put it that way. I feel like a lot of the modern lore of the game, like I said, the Kavia broke that trend, and I like that, because they're explained well, they're a great set of characters, they have an interesting story, they were the outlier recently. The main thing with that is, yeah, Corvex is his only lore is he was built by Albrecht so that the Tenno would have something to help fight the way through his, like, I think it was, like, specifically they say about Corvex that he was built by Albrecht so that the Tenno could design, or so that the Tenno could combat the unique hazards of his lab, because Albrecht is a time traveler, so he knew the Tenno were going to exist.
Huh.
Well, we're in 1999. He is called Protector Stalker. He might end up doing that. Who knows? Allows us to connect to their past in their time.
We're gonna find
That's
Stalker in
possible.
1999. He's gonna be an emo.
And Gray Strain size, yeah. That would also... Because I do think they actually specifically meant that Arthur was a turning point for Albrecht and his projects. Jar you? I feel... Not personally, because I feel like it's kind of this background thing. They bring it up multiple times in the stories that we're dying. Lloyd is rushing a solution, but they don't know if it'll work, and that's why Tagfer wants revenge for Min's death, because he knows he's not going to have time to avenge her soon. And it's kind of the story of, like, you know...
Like, I want the fish. It's like, aww.
It's kind of like the, like, you know, revenge has, you know, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind kind of philosophy versus, like, live with the life you're given. That's kind of their character arc. I feel like, in that. I don't feel like it's that jarring, because there is the background build up to it the whole time, and that, like, as you're working through it, especially if you consider the real time it takes you to work through ranks, if you consider that part of the story, like, the whole time there's just that burning, especially with, like, I love this detail, by the way. As you progress, their dialogue makes them weaker. They start to cough, they start to strain for their words, like, it's always a constant threat in the minds of the player and the Syndicate. Is that they're going to die, and there's a resolution being worked on by Lloyd in the background. Also, Gianni will return, and the reason I'm almost positive of that is all of Stalker's prior lines have been redubbed with Gianni. I feel like there's no real reason that they would have done all of that unless they were planning on bringing him back. Able to connect back to the original neural patterns through the void along the strands. Maybe, because there is also, like, yeah, it's what, the Strand of Kra or whatever, which is the strands of time, which, in theory, is how they do it. I'm honestly guessing, at the very least, 1999 will probably at least elaborate on that. Looks like it didn't, but they went undead anyway. The cure, as far as I interpreted it, the cure worked, but it caused them to basically be reborn instead of just saving them. That the cure worked, but they had to die for it to take effect, essentially.
Ah.
So it kind of... Maybe like the holdfasts, honestly. Maybe that was how that worked for them. Some process brought them back to life. Feels like a very weird piece of lore. The arcane machine was abandoned. Let's be real here. The arcane machine was completely abandoned. Basically, its purpose was to reveal that Hunhao existed, because the sentient fragment. That was basically it. What's stopping us from saving Tagfer's race? I think because it's contaminated. That's probably why. Because he's void contaminated. We probably can't save it for that reason. Void is a genius, made a cure that he didn't understand. He says multiple times he thinks it'll work, but he doesn't know. Tend to not die when we are observing them. Stalker's kid was abandoned. Yeah, we find him in 1990 on, like, the side of the road. He left him in front of an orphanage in 1999 or something. Fucking hell. I like that they brought up Orden Karras again. I actually do really appreciate that. And I think they did a really cool job with it. That's why Lloyd did a test run on animals. I think he was desperate to save the Kavia because they were Albric's project, and so he felt a connection to them for that reason. Do worms have lore outside of Duviri? As far as I'm aware, no, and we don't really know who the worm is in Mirror Defense and like Railjack missions and stuff. I don't think we know who the worm is. Somehow theorize it's actually a manifestation of Intradi himself, which would be interesting, but we don't currently know. To hold conversations as a Warframe? Okay. I'll edge into leak territory, kind of, for this. As far as we're aware... Okay, spoiler warning. There was a massive leak for 1999, and this has been brought up in it. If you don't want this to be spoiled for you, I'm going to talk about it now. This is your warning to leave. I am going to talk about something that is a spoiler, but that also might elaborate on this. As far as we're aware, there are 5 proto-frames in 1999. We know 2 of them, Mag and Excalibur. There's going to be a Volt, a Nyx, and a Trinity. That's what we know. There's also a 6th character referenced in the files. That was legit. Mostly game file pathing, so we don't know for sure yet. But there's a 6th character who is not a traditional proto-frame, but is still an NPC, seemingly. I hate their name, and I hope that it changes, because their name is currently... I hate this name so much. Frumentarius is their data mined name. I'm not kidding about this, by the way. My kind of theory about that is that because he's going to be a playable character, as far as we're aware, he's going to be a playable character, but he's sentient, he's an NPC, he has dialogue references and stuff. My theory is that might be Stalker's kid, going under an alias, and because he's half Warframe, that's why we can control him, but why he's also still sentient, but he's not actually a proto-frame. Well, he kind of is, but not really. So, that's my theory about that, is that potentially it's Stalker's kid going under an alias helping us in 1999. Maybe not. I have no evidence for this. I have literally no evidence for this. But that's what I'm thinking might be the case. Regardless, fuck, I hope Frumentarius is an in-dev name that gets changed. That is the longest Warframe name we have by, like, a large margin. It's using the unused concept for Lavos. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I know there were some leaks regarding Frumentarius just in general, but I don't know. So we'll have to see. TennoCon is a month away. It's not going to be that long before we get more concrete information. How did the leak happen? So whenever the game updates, there are new things in the files that get left over from the dev build, and we find those file paths. So a lot of it is references to dialogue strings, which is how people discovered a lot of things, is references to dialogue strings, animations that are in the game that aren't being used for anything get added, stuff like that. There was a model of a tank that was found, so wasn't it the alchemist? The alchemist that taught Lavos, his name was Yavi. I'm losing my voice. Yavi was his name. It's also interesting because the in-development name for the military faction that you fight in 1999 is the name of the military faction from Dark Sector, so that's interesting. But, like I said, the leak, you can find it on Reddit if you want to read more information. I don't want to discuss it super extensively because people value the game's story. I don't want to spoil everything. I'm just giving a theory based on some information. A lot of stuff was contained in the leak. New incarnans, new systems, different ways the world will work, stuff like that. A particular new system that I think will be kind of controversial and that I frankly find to be really weird. People who have read the leak probably know what I'm talking about. Okay, one I'm going to spoil because I think it's super cool. Apparently the open world will have seasons. That's awesome. The ones that were data mined were, I think, Summer, Autumn, Winter Cold, and Winter Wet is what they're called. That's cool. But beyond that, we don't know much. Also, Nitro, are you still there? You've been awfully quiet. He's not talking, so his mic might have been up for, like, the past 10 minutes and I never noticed, or he got up. I'm not sure. I haven't been paying attention. But a lot of that stuff is really cool, and I'm excited for that. So the new Incarnans, 2 weapons I wanted to get Incarnans are allegedly getting Incarnans. So, I'll say that much. You bored him to sleep? I mean, hell, maybe. But, like I said, I don't want to discuss because like there's a lot of interesting information in there, like new enemies, new factions, information about the open world, information about the Syndicate, information about the hub, stuff like that. No story spoilers for the quest, as far as I'm aware, have been found. I don't believe there's any story spoilers for the actual quest. It is mostly story spoilers for the content of 1999. Nothing for the quest as far as I'm aware. I will spoil this, it is not the Stug. The Stug is not in the leaks. Keep in mind, the Cullstar was originally leaked for an Incarnate adapter, and it never got one, so this is all subject to change. But something I just still want to mention is there has been a data mine for the next 5. Where can I spoil myself? There is a post on our Warframe right now that was linked by Keegan in the Discord if you want to find it there, but you can find it on our Warframe. We can open with like Duviri. Potentially, we're not entirely sure. Hours, minutes. I hope it's at least an hour long. The Umbra Exalted Blade Incarnate. But yeah, like I said, if you go to the subreddit, look, it's probably pretty high up. Look for the 1999 leak mega post. A lot of interesting stuff is in there. I don't want to drop the link here, personally, because I don't want to link to leaked content. Fine with discussing it. Linking to it is kind of a gray area. So, is it easy to find? Yes. I don't really want to link to it, because that feels weird to me. I don't like that. Especially because data mining is a tenuous thing. Like, there was a line that was crossed with the Data Reaper thing. Not Data Reaper specifically, mind you, but the incident that got him, you know, cease and desisted, where players were, like, giving themselves items early. Oh, welcome back. We were wondering where you went. But, like, the thing with Data Reaper was different, because, trying to make sense of the lore. I'm discussing spoilers. Major spoiler warning. I am discussing spoilers.
Oh, no.
For 1999 that got linked. Can you spell out the URL? Just go to the fucking subreddit and look for the post titled "Leaks from the New Update."
I'll
do not link it.
him.
Linking to leaked content is potentially an offense as a content creator.
Right. Okay. Never mind.
Do not link to it. I do not want to risk anything. But, like I said, the main issue with the Data Reaper situation that caused a big crackdown on that was that people were cheating themselves items. There were people giving themselves Umbra before the quest, so they leaked the whole sacrifice script. Prime Streamline got hacked into the game. That was basically what prompted it. Mainly with data mining, the script of the sacrifice. That was the big tipping point for DE to crack down on it.
I would be pissed too.
It was a big, like, don't show, don't tell kind of thing, but when that happened, frankly, they were pissed, and fair enough. It still happens, but it's not on the same level it used to be. But like I said, like, I think discussing leaked content, like I said, we don't know if any of this is true. This guy could have made all this shit up, for all we know. Who knows?
That would be hilarious.
But that's just, you know, like, who knows? Like I said, I don't want to link to it. I take it all with a grain of salt. It's still a gray area if it's allowed. But that's kind of the rundown on that. I have been streaming for you will go to 4 hours. That's another 5 minutes. Let me go ahead and I'll just grab this on my main monitor so it's easier to read. But yeah, that's kind of the rundown on that with some of just the leak. Like I said, there's a lot of information in the leak post. I don't want to talk about all of it because I don't want to spoil that stuff, especially because there are some systems that people will actually, I think, be excited for and will want to discover themselves. Did you know you have rights Constitution says you do? Well, Nitro doesn't, but that's besides the point.
Hell yeah.
Warframe players have no patience. Like I said, I think it's interesting to find out that information and speculate about it, especially because 1999 is not probably going to be the winter update.
Yo, corrupt politician, $5.
Thank you for the 5 corrupt politician money. Is this what is your?
Oh, I was about to say bits.
Is this your? Is this what you use your bribes for? Corrupt politician uses bribe money to donate to e-thoughts on Twitch. Anyways, yeah, we'll go for 5 more minutes. I know I've just done a bunch of random shit this stream. We've hardly played the event, honestly. It's mostly been ranting, lore discussion, and explaining the game.
Honestly, you know, I've been, you know, you talked for about 3 hours, so like, you know, I'm happy.
My guess is if we get a filler update, it'll probably be a very small one, because I'm expecting it to be the winter update. Like, you know, Whispers in the Walls and the new war were. Hopefully we do. Maybe we'll get a new... I doubt we'll get a new frame, actually. Scratch that. We've been getting 4 a year, and that would keep that cadence, but I kind of doubt it. But yeah, so... listen, if you have any questions now, go ahead and ask them. We'll end the stream in like 3 or 4 minutes. Do you know the bottom text? Wait for you to actually to finish your statement there. Excited for new Incarnates, kind of thought their lore went out the window and they're just a game system. It's kind of like, because the lore of like the Incarnans is void corruption and like Albricks were experiments he made. We'll have to see what the, like, if they just add them to the weak system, then it's fine. I think they fit the lore because, you know, void corruption, but we'll have to see. Is 3 per year? Yeah. I'm expecting there to be 3 this year, and that they're not going to release a new frame with the next update, but do one with 1999 instead. But we'll have to see. How much money to eat a can of dog food? More than any of you have. I'm not doing that. During TennoCon like Deimos? Deimos didn't come out during TennoCon. It was like a month after, I think. That'd still be really awesome, but I doubt it. I don't know what you're talking about, Liam. Your Chevenant brain rot is killing me. Weren't originally weapons. They were weapons, but not like traditional weapons. According to the lore, a lot of them were ceremonial. Like, I believe the Felarks was to hunt, hunt birds when they arrived in Tau. Latum was like a confetti launcher, stuff like that. But the Void corrupting them made them into weapons. I'm guessing that was because the Void doesn't understand ceremonial things, so it just turned them into what it thought they were supposed to be, which was, you know, actual weapons. They were like airsoft guns. I mean...
That'd be funny.
Okay. I think that's probably not a terrible assessment. Further along the development than we think. We'll have to find out. I'm excited to see what they show at TennoCon. I'll hopefully actually stream it this year. Some side thing that you'll be done within 2 months. We'll have to see. I honestly don't know. I'm guessing that we're probably going to get infested liches as a takeaway system outside of 1999, but we'll have to see. If they made the Volta Blackman, that would be awesome, but hella predictable. Considering we have 5 that we know of, according to the leaks. We don't know anything about them. I'm pretty sure that all of the leaked dialogue that was, like, significant was actually about, well, Aoi, so we already know who that is. Data mined animations were found that actually revealed an interesting amount. Okay, guys, I'm gonna spoil something really minor, but still, like, kind of cool. So I just want you all to be aware of this. I'm gonna spoil something kind of minor, but kind of cool. Trinity has a pet rat. Oh. It's been data mined that Trinity in 1999 has a pet rat. The data mined animation shows her playing with the rat.
Yo.
So, my apologies
it's
for
part
the
of the
earring.
Bungie crossover. Let's go.
She has a rat. She's literally me. Rat moment. So yes, according to data mining, according to the leaks, Trinity has a pet rat. Like I said, I know a lot of people, like, if you want to preserve the story for yourself, I get that. I'm fine with leaks, because the way I see it is, as long as the whole story is not spoiled for me, I like getting the insight and seeing how they change and evolve and what was right and what was wrong. That's kind of my perspective on it. If I'm putting a piece of fucking gum in my mouth, I'm not, like, sucking a dick or something. Not yet,
Not yet, yeah.
Help. Playable rat. Oh, I'm sorry, Swarnardine. I have to go. It's fucking 4:16 a.m. Playable rat, please. Hi, welcome. I hate to tell you, we're about to end this stream. Cool rat here. I should open a video like that. Cool Reggie here. Dude, if her rat pet is named Reggie, I'm gonna fucking weep. Anyways. Sleep is overrated. I agree. I work the next 2 days, so... Halo 3 rat. Real and true. So, leak here. Leak discussion over. Not that it matters, the stream is going to end. Why would I type that? I've been turned into a female. I can't believe they colonized Reggie. God damn it. Anyways, I don't know. VOD playlist is in the description. Discord's in the description. I have a few more videos that I'm kind of chewing through, but I'm not sure which one's going to be the next one for sure. I might stream the Caliban Summoner build thing and take segments from that. Is there a Garuda sex scene? No.
Not yet.
Sorry if the gum chewing noise is really fucking loud. But yeah, Discord, VOD playlist, new content soon-ish. I want to try and do 2 videos next month like I did with this month, but we'll have to see.
There he is, babe.
Because Summoner Caliban and Weird Status Effects Part 2. Weird Status Effects 2 will probably be the next one. I have a lot of stuff I really want to talk about, like on-death effects, Warframe-specific statuses that I didn't address, like Collective Curse and Doom and Judgments and stuff like that. So, or Inferno is another one I want to talk about. So, just some things I want to go on about in that video that I already have a decent idea of. Whilst the Caliban one's still kind of an up-in-the-air thing. So, spread doom or apply doom. If an enemy is already doomed and they get hit by her one, they will chain it to nearby enemies. It does not apply doom by itself, but it spreads the effect. But I think I'm going to go ahead and go. If you're watching the VOD right now, thank you for making it this far. You know what? We'll do certified lurker moment. Certified lurker moment as I go. If you've been here, been watching, haven't said anything, right? Just to make sure you're okay, go ahead and type here. Go ahead and type rat. Give you guys a minute to catch up. Go ahead and for the certified lurker moment, type rat in chat. Give us some rats. I want to see a few rats before we go.
Oh, hey, Blueprint's back.
That's not the noise a rat makes, dear.
I mean, so many rats.
You have to find and eat them. Yeah, we'll get a few. Thank you all for the rats. I really appreciate the rats. Crisp rat? What the fuck does that mean? Do I count? Yes, you do count. Feel free to rat. Cat. I love the cuck next to your name, Mike. It makes it way funnier. It's like he's saying it. I love just animal noises. That's what he's here for.
I can make every animal noise.
Mouse.
Except for my own as a
Spike,
horse.
did you...
I hate it.
Shit,
Spike, yo!
When did you finish streaming? I was going to send people to your stream. Shit, I didn't realize it went on for that long.
Hey, yo, Spike, what are your greatest fan?
Wait. Is May live? Fuck. May's not live either.
Babe, send him to Biff's stream.
Biff hasn't streamed in like 4 years.
I know, wake him up, tell him he has like 100 viewers ready.
Biff, I have a legion of clone troopers to send to the Galactic War. I need a rat. Yeah, it's like Mousetrap from Transformers Beast Wars. Anyways, thank y'all for coming, as they say. Join the Discord, watch the VODs if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not your dad, as far as you know.